Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story I babysat for a family that left rules for their other child is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The baby monitor made a wet little clicking sound at 8:47 p.m., like someone touching their tongue to the roof of their mouth. I was standing in a stranger's kitchen in West Hartford, Connecticut, holding a mug I hadn't drunk from, watching the green audio bar rise and fall even though the baby upstairs had been asleep for 20 minutes. Click, pause, click, click. Then a whisper came through the speaker, so soft I thought at first it was the furnace breathing through the vents. Don't tell her. My name is Elise Marlowe, and I was 24 that October, old enough to know better than to take last-minute babysitting jobs from people I'd only met through a neighborhood Facebook group, but not old enough to stop pretending I had my life under control. I lived in a third-floor apartment off Farmington Avenue with 2 roommates, a nursing student and a guy who edited wedding videos until 3 in the morning. I worked part-time at a children's bookstore, took online classes I was always one payment behind on, and said yes to almost any evening job that paid cash. The Miller's house looked like the kind of place where nothing bad could happen unless it was expensive and slow, like divorce or termites. White colonial, black shutters, hydrangeas sagging by the porch, a brass fox-shaped knocker polished bright enough to catch the street lamp. The neighborhood was quiet in that heavy suburban way, every driveway holding 2 clean cars, every lawn damp and dark, and trimmed to a disciplined inch. Inside, the house smelled like lemon cleaner, warm laundry, and something sweet baked earlier in the day. Banana bread, maybe. The lights were dimmed low, not spooky dim, just parents trying to protect the bedtime routine dim. Somewhere behind the walls, pipes tapped softly as the heat kicked on. When I arrived, Nora Miller opened the door with one hand while using the other to press a glittery purple hair clip into a little girl's curls. Nora Miller, 36, female, appeared first. Small, sharp-featured, wearing a black wrap dress under an oversized gray cardigan, her auburn hair twisted up with the kind of effort that meant she had redone it twice. She had that clipped, bright way of talking that some parents get when they're trying to seem relaxed in front of a babysitter. Elise, thank God, come in. Shoes can stay on. We gave up on floors around 2019. The little girl under her hand twisted away. This is Macy, Nora said. Macy, say hi. Macy Miller, 6, female, was introduced beside her mother in the front hall, thin-legged in unicorn pajamas, brown curls half tamed by clips, eyes too alert for bedtime. She held a stuffed rabbit by one ear, dragging it so its feet scraped along the floorboards. Hi, she said, then immediately asked, do you know how to make toast not burned? I've made toast both ways, I said, burned and not burned. She looked me over like she was deciding whether that counted as experience. Behind them, Daniel Miller came down the stairs carrying a blazer, a phone wedged between his shoulder and ear. Daniel Miller, 39, male, appeared in motion. Tall, broad-shouldered, clean-shaven, except for the shadow he'd missed under his jaw. He was wearing a white dress shirt with one sleeve buttoned and one sleeve flapping open, speaking into the phone in a low voice that made every sentence sound like an apology. "No, I understand. We're leaving now, 10 minutes. 15 if Albany Avenue is backed up." He ended the call and gave me a quick smile. "Elise, right. Thanks again for coming on such short notice." "No problem." That was a lie. I'd almost said no. The listing had been normal enough. 2 children, 6 and 18 months. 6:30 to midnight, $120 cash. I needed $120. My car had started making a grinding sound when I turned left, and my landlord had sent a message with the phrase "final courtesy" in it, which made my stomach hurt more than any actual threat would have. Still, something in Nora's texts had been a little too eager. "Can you follow written instructions exactly? Our younger one has some specific routines. Nothing difficult, just important." I told myself every family thought their routines were important. One mom once gave me a laminated chart for reheating chicken nuggets. Daniel crouched beside Macy and held out both hands. "Okay, Bug, we're going to Aunt Rachel's thing, and Elise is in charge." "It's not Aunt Rachel's thing," Macy said. "It's her award thing. She'll be mad if you call it that. She can take it up with me in court." Macy smiled despite herself, but it disappeared fast. She glanced toward the staircase. That was the first time I noticed she kept checking it. Not looking, checking. Quick little eye flicks. Up to the landing, back down, up again. From somewhere overhead came the squeaky sigh of a crib mattress, then a baby's cough. Nora's whole body changed. She went still for half a second, listening. "That'll be Owen," she said. Owen Miller, 18 months, male. Entered the story only as a sound at first. A rustle over the monitor, a cough, the faint plastic clack of something bumping crib bars. His parents described him as an easy baby, though Nora's face tightened whenever she said it, as if easy were a word she'd been advised to use. "I can settle him," Nora said, but Daniel touched her elbow. "We really have to go." "I know." She looked at me, and the smile came back too quickly. "He'll probably put himself back down. He usually does." The baby monitor sat on the console table by the stairs. Nora picked it up, checked the screen, and angled it away before I could see much beyond a grainy rectangle of crib rails and gray blankets. "Here," she said, handing it to me. "Volume is already set. Don't turn it all the way up, or you'll hear every truck on Mountain Road." I took it. The plastic was warm from her hand. She led me through the house fast, like a realtor late for another showing. Kitchen, snacks in the pantry, fruit in the bowl, dishwasher clean, but don't bother. Living room, remote on the tray. Macy allowed one episode if she stayed in bed for 10 minutes first. No YouTube because the algorithm is basically a raccoon with a knife. Bathroom, extra wipes under the sink. Stairs, 3rd step creaked, 5th step creaked louder. Hold the rail because Macy had spilled bath oil earlier and Daniel had wiped it. But still, everything was practical. Everything had a reason. Then we got to the refrigerator. A sheet of paper was held there by a magnet shaped like a lobster. It was typed in bullet points, the title printed in bold at the top. Elise, night, Rules. Nora tapped it with one finger. Most of this is boring. Macy's bedtime is 8. Owen already had milk. Emergency contacts at the bottom. Wi-Fi password there. I skimmed. No nuts in the house. Macy may ask for water once. Macy may ask for one story. Macy may not come downstairs after 8:30 unless sick or hurt. Owen wakes sometimes and usually resettles. Do not open the back door after dark. Raccoons, keep the hallway nightlight on. If you hear knocking from inside the walls, text Nora first. Do not investigate. Old pipes. Do not mention Emily to Macy unless Macy says her name first. If Emily speaks through the monitor, lower the volume and continue as normal. I read the last 2 lines twice. For a second, I thought it had to be a joke. Not a funny one, but some weird parent shorthand, some family thing I didn't understand. Emily could have been a doll, an imaginary friend, a neighbor's kid on a baby monitor frequency. I'd heard of monitors picking up other houses. Once, in high school, my aunt's old monitor caught a trucker's CB radio for half a night, and my cousins screamed whenever someone said breaker. Nora saw where my eyes stopped. "Oh," she said lightly. "That." Daniel came in behind us, folding his blazer over his arm. "Nora, it's fine." She turned to me. "Emily is a thing Macy went through. Imaginary friend stuff. We don't encourage it." Macy, who had been sitting at the kitchen island, peeling the label off a yogurt drink, said without looking up, "Emily isn't imaginary." The room got smaller. Not visibly. The kitchen was still big, still warm, still full of clean counters and brass cabinet pulls, and one of those wooden signs that said gather in cursive. But the air seemed to tighten around the 4 of us. Daniel put on his blazer. "Macy, she is." Nora's laugh had no humor in it. "See, this is why we don't encourage it." I looked at the rules again. The line wasn't phrased like a joke. If Emily speaks through the monitor, lower the volume and continue as normal. Not if Macy talks about Emily. If Emily speaks. "Is Emily a neighbor?" I asked. Daniel and Nora both answered at the same time. "No," Daniel said. "Sort of," Nora said. They looked at each other. Daniel rubbed the bridge of his nose with his thumb and forefinger. "There's interference sometimes. Another monitor, maybe. We've changed channels. It still happens once in a while." "Rarely," Nora added. Macy whispered, "Only when you leave." Nora's mouth pressed thin. "Macy, that's enough." The baby monitor in my hand crackled. No voice this time. Just static, then the soft, rushing noise of an upstairs room at night. Forced air through a vent, a baby shifting, fabric dragging against fabric. I told myself the line on the paper was their strange way of handling a child's anxiety. Maybe Macy had invented an other child after Owen was born. Maybe Nora and Daniel were exhausted and overcorrecting. Maybe there had been a miscarriage or a foster placement they didn't want to explain to a babysitter they'd known for 8 minutes. That was my flaw, I think. I was good at making excuses for other people's locked doors. It came from growing up with my father, who could turn any room into a place where you had to listen before you entered. He wasn't violent in the dramatic way people imagine. He didn't throw chairs. He didn't leave bruises where teachers could see. He just made rules that changed depending on his mood, and I learned early to survive by pretending confusion was my fault. If someone handed me a list that didn't make sense, my first instinct was not to question it. My first instinct was to obey. Daniel took out his wallet and counted cash on the counter. Half now, half when we're back. You don't have to, we do, Nora said. Also, cell service is bad in the back of the house, but Wi-Fi calling works. If anything feels off, call us. Anything feels off. She said it quickly, then bent to kiss Macy's head. Macy didn't lean into it. She held very still, accepting the kiss like a sticker being placed on her forehead. Daniel hugged her. Be good for Elise. Macy looked up at me. Do you know how to braid hair? Badly. That's okay. Daddy does it like he's tying rope to a boat. Daniel laughed, but the laugh ended when the monitor clicked again. Click. Nora's eyes went to it. Daniel's did too. Macy stared at the countertop. Then Owen cried. A sudden, furious baby cry, all air and panic. The kind that makes adults move before they decide to. Nora stepped toward the stairs, but Daniel caught her wrist this time. We're already late. He's upset. He'll stop. The cry rose, cracked, then cut off. Not faded, cut off. A small thump followed. Everyone heard it. Daniel let go of Nora. I said, I can check on him. No, Nora said too fast. Then, softer. Sorry, no, it's okay. The video, she took the monitor from me and pressed a button. The screen brightened. I saw Owen's crib in gray-green night vision. A small shape under a sleep sack. Still. Safe. Nora exhaled through her nose. See, he's down. On screen, the nursery door behind the crib was closed. But I could hear something else through the monitor now. A slow, dragging sound, not from the crib, from the hallway outside it. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. Daniel reached over and lowered the volume until it was barely audible. Nora said, Old house. The Miller's house had been built in 1987. I knew because Nora had bragged in the Facebook messages that it had good bones and no lead paint. Macy slid off the stool. I want Elise to read upstairs. It's bedtime, Nora said. That's what reading is. No hallway games tonight. Macy's lips pressed together. She looked so small suddenly, standing under the kitchen pendants with one sock slipping off her heel. I don't play them. Daniel crouched again. One story, door open. Elise comes right back down after. Nora looked at him like he'd broken a rule. He looked back, tired. For a moment, I saw the ordinary misery beneath all the weirdness. Two parents stretched thin, dressed for a rare night out, trying to convince themselves their house would remain exactly as they left it. I knew that look. Not from having kids, but from needing money, needing sleep, needing one thing to go smoothly, because if it didn't, everything else would tip. Nora turned to me. One short story. Macy's room is the first on the left. Owen's nursery is at the end of the hall. Don't go in unless he's crying for more than 5 minutes. And Emily, I asked before I could stop myself. Nora blinked. Daniel said, You won't need to do anything about Emily. Macy picked up her stuffed rabbit and whispered into one flattened ear, She's already awake. The front doorbell camera chimed from Daniel's phone. Their ride had arrived. That snapped them back into motion. Coats, purse, keys. Nora checking her earrings in the hall mirror while Daniel called. We'll be 30 minutes away, maybe less if the roads are clear. Nora reminding me where the children's Benadryl was, then saying don't use it unless instructed. Daniel saying the alarm system was off, but the cameras were on. Not because they didn't trust me, just because package thieves. Nora pausing with her hand on the doorknob. Really, she said, looking at me now without the bright parent voice. Text first, even if it seems silly. I will, she wanted to say more. I could see it gathering behind her eyes. Instead, she kissed Macy again, missed the top of her head because Macy turned and stepped outside into the cold. Daniel followed. The door shut with a soft, expensive seal. The house settled around us. No voices, no adult footsteps, just the heat ticking in the walls and a car engine idling at the curb, then pulling away. Macy stood beside me in the hall. After a while, she said, "You can still leave." I tried to smile. That would be a pretty bad babysitter move. No, she said, it would be smart. From the monitor, very faintly, came the wet clicking sound again. Click, click, click. I looked down at the paper on the fridge from where I stood. The lobster magnet held the rules flat, but one bottom corner had curled upward, revealing handwritten notes beneath the typed list. Nora had written them in blue pen, small and rushed, like she'd added them after printing. I stepped closer. Macy grabbed my sleeve. "Don't read the underneath ones until you have to," she said. Her fingers were cold through my sweater. Upstairs, something tapped once against wood. Not loud, not dramatic, just one patient knock. Macy looked toward the stairs. I looked at the rules. The baby monitor hissed softly in my palm. I had a choice then, though I didn't understand it yet. I could text Nora and Daniel before doing anything else, admit I was spooked by a child's comment and a creaky house and a line on a fridge. Or I could do what I'd been paid to do. Take Macy upstairs, read one short story, keep the routine intact, and pretend the rules only seemed strange because I didn't know the family. Macy's hand tightened on my sleeve. "Please," she whispered. "If we go up, don't look at the last bedroom." The monitor clicked again. And this time, beneath the static, a little girl's voice, not Macy S., not through the hallway, but from the speaker in my hand said, "Read to me too." I turned the volume down. Then I looked at Macy, and together we faced the stairs. I did exactly what Nora's rule sheet told me to do. I lowered the volume. That made the voice smaller, which somehow made it worse. Not gone, just tucked under the baby monitor's static, like a person whispering from behind a closed bathroom door while water ran in the sink. Macy watched my thumb on the button. "You heard that," she said. "I heard something." "No, you heard her," I wanted to say. "There's probably another monitor nearby." I wanted to say, "Sometimes wireless devices cross signals." I wanted to say any of the tidy adult sentences that turn a frightening thing into a technical inconvenience. Instead, I looked at the refrigerator. The rules were still there under the lobster magnet, clean black print on white paper. If Emily speaks through the monitor, lower the volume and continue as normal. So I continued as normal. "Okay," I said too brightly. "One story, upstairs, then bed." Macy shook her head. "We shouldn't go up now. Your parents said my parents say lots of things." That landed in a way she probably didn't intend. A child repeating something she had heard from adults during quiet arguments. The words had edges worn smooth from use. From upstairs came a soft, uneven noise. thump, then a thinner sound, Owen starting to fuss. Not a full cry, more like the small, hiccuping complaint babies make when they've rolled wrong or lost a pacifier. The monitor's green bar pulsed. Macy's face changed. The warning left it, and something more ordinary took its place. Worry. He's going to wake up all the way, she said. I'll check the screen. No, don't stand there, Macy. She stepped close to me, so close I smelled the grape toothpaste on her breath. If you look at the screen too long, she knows you're watching. That was ridiculous. It was also exactly the kind of thing a scared 6-year-old would build into a private mythology around a glitching baby monitor and tense parents. Rules made fear feel manageable. I knew that. I had survived on rules, so I crouched until we were eye level. Listen, I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to text your mom and tell her Owen is fussing because she asked me to text first. Then I'm going upstairs. I'm going to check on him from the doorway, and I'm going to read you 1 story. I am not going into any other room. Okay, Macy looked toward the stairs. Okay, she said, but not like she agreed. Like she was marking the moment I made the wrong choice. I took out my phone. No service. The Wi-Fi symbol was there though, 2 bars. I opened Nora's thread and typed, Owen is fussing a little. Heard some interference on monitor. Going upstairs to check from doorway. I hit send. The message hung there with the small gray word that always felt harmless until it didn't. Sending, I waited. Still sending. Come on, I muttered. Macy said, it does that in the kitchen sometimes. Your mom said the back of the house had bad service. She lies when she's scared. Again, a sentence too old for her. The message failed. A red exclamation point appeared beside it. The heat kicked on. Air pushed through the vent near the pantry, carrying a dry metallic smell. Dust warmed on coils. Somewhere upstairs, Owen made a strained little noise that lifted every hair on my arms for a practical reason. A baby in distress requires action. You don't debate it. You don't consult family folklore. You stay here, I said. Macy grabbed my sleeve again. No, Macy, I have to check on your brother. Then I'm coming. Your parents said, if I stay here alone, she'll come down. I almost corrected her. Then the monitor crackled, and beneath Owen's fussing came the soft scrape again. Scrape, pause, scrape. I looked at the stairs. The 3rd step creaked. The 5th step creaked louder. Hold the rail. Those details suddenly felt less like helpful babysitter notes and more like marks on a map. Fine, I said. You come with me, but you stay behind me. No running, no yelling. I don't yell. She sounded offended, which made me feel briefly, stupidly better. We climbed together. The house changed upstairs. Downstairs had been all polished wood and lemon cleaner. Upstairs smelled lived-in, baby lotion, carpet, a damp towel left too long in a hamper. The hallway nightlight glowed amber from an outlet near the baseboard, giving the walls a low, bruised color. Family photos lined the hall in black frames. Beach trip, pumpkin patch, Macy missing 2 front teeth, Owen in a blue knit hat, no Emily. Macy's bedroom was first on the left. The door was open. Inside, a small lamp cast pink light over a pile of picture books and a dollhouse with 1 wall missing. Owen's nursery was at the far end, exactly where Nora said it would be. Between them were 2 more doors. One was a bathroom, open, nightlight reflecting in the mirror. The other was closed. And beyond Owen's nursery, at the very end of the hall, was another closed door I hadn't been able to see from downstairs. The last bedroom. Macy noticed me noticing it. "Don't," she whispered. "I'm not," Owen fussed again. A wet, congested sound followed. That did it. I walked to the nursery. The door was shut, but not latched. I pushed it open with 2 fingers. Owen was on his stomach in the crib, sleep sack twisted around one leg, face turned sideways against the sheet. Not suffocating, but not comfortable either. His pacifier lay on the floor under the crib. A white noise machine on the dresser made a steady hush like distant rain. Owen Miller, 18 months, male, became fully visible then, small, flushed, sweaty-haired, one hand trapped beneath his chest. His cheeks were blotchy from crying, and his nose was running. When he saw me, he did that baby thing where a complaint becomes betrayal. His mouth opened wide, lower lip shining. "Oh, buddy," I whispered. "You're okay?" Macy hovered behind me in the hallway. "Don't go all the way in. I need to fix his sleep sack." No, he could get tangled. That was the problem. Not Emily, not the voice, not a last bedroom at the end of the hall. A real baby had one leg twisted in fabric, and if he rolled wrong or panicked, he could hurt himself. Time-sensitive, concrete, mine to handle. I stepped into the nursery. The room was cool, too cool. The window over the changing table was cracked open an inch, and the curtain moved in small, nervous pulses. That was strange. October nights in Connecticut weren't warm, and Owen was dressed for sleep. I crossed to the window first and pushed it down until it locked. As I did, I noticed muddy smears on the white painted sill. Not a lot, just 2 streaks, like someone had touched it with dirty fingertips. My mind reached for raccoons because the rule sheet had handed me that answer. Do not open the back door after dark. Raccoons. Could a raccoon get onto a second-floor nursery window? Maybe. There was a maple tree outside, its branches shifting against the glass. Owen cried harder. I know. I turned back, lifted him just enough to free his leg, and smoothed the sleep sack. He smelled like milk and fever heat. Not fever, exactly. Just the warm sourness of a baby who had been crying into sheets. Macy whispered from the doorway, "Hurry." The monitor on the dresser gave a burst of static. That startled me because I was holding the other half of it downstairs, or I had been. I looked. There was a second monitor base on the dresser. Same brand, older model. The power light was on. "Why are there 2 monitors?" I asked. Macy didn't answer. I laid Owen back down, patted his back, found a spare pacifier clipped to the side of the crib, and gave it to him. He took it with an angry suck, still watching me through wet lashes. A small click came from the hall. Not the monitor, a door latch. Macy spun around. No, the closed door between the bathroom and nursery eased open 2 inches. No hand appeared, no face, just darkness beyond the gap and the smell of stale air, like a room shut for too long. I stayed very still. Then a phone rang downstairs. My phone. The sound was absurdly normal, the default ringtone, bright and chiming, coming from the kitchen where I had left it beside the rule sheet. I had left my phone downstairs. Macy's eyes filled with tears. Don't answer it. It might be your mom. She wouldn't call. Macy, she texts first. The ringtone stopped. A second later, Daniel's voice came through the upstairs monitor base on the dresser, thin and distorted. Elise, Nora's messages aren't going through. Pick up if you can hear me. I moved fast then, because adult voices change everything. I grabbed Owen's monitor unit from the dresser, but it was plugged in, cord tangled behind the white noise machine. I pulled once too hard, and the plug snapped free from the outlet. The white noise cut out. The room fell open. Every small sound came forward. Owen's wet breathing, the curtain's last tiny sway, Macy sniffling in the hall, the pipes ticking behind the wall. And somewhere downstairs, my phone started ringing again. Stay with Owen, I told Macy. No, I have to get the phone. No, Elise, please. Her fear was not pretend. It was not manipulative. It was physical, shaking through her arms and jaw. But the call was the first real line back to the parents, and my failed text sat in my mind like a door that hadn't latched. I went to the hallway. The door that had opened 2 inches was now open wider. 6 inches, maybe. Enough to show the edge of a bare mattress inside. No sheets, no toys, no person. I did not look at the last bedroom. I did not. I moved past Macy's room, down the creaking stairs, 3rd step then 5th, both sounds ugly in the quiet. My phone buzzed across the kitchen counter as it rang, walking itself toward the edge with each vibration. Nora's name filled the screen. I snatched it up. Nora, static. Then Nora, breathless. Elise, can you hear me? Yes, your texts didn't go through. Where are the kids? Owen's in the crib. Macy's upstairs with him. A silence. Not a bad connection silence. A human one. Then Nora said, You left Macy upstairs. She came with me because Owen was crying. He was tangled in his sleep sack, and the nursery window was open. The window. There's mud on the sill. I shut it. Daniel said something in the background. Nora covered the phone, but I heard the panic shape of it, not the words. Nora, I said, what is going on? Listen carefully. Her voice had dropped. Take both children downstairs, right now. Bring them to the front room. Lock yourself in if you have to. My mouth went dry, not from fear exactly, but from the sudden shift into instructions. My old wiring lit up. A rule had changed. A parent was angry or scared. Move fast, don't ask why. What about Emily? I said. Nora inhaled sharply. Daniel came on the line. Elise, where are you standing? The kitchen. Can you see the back door? I turned. The kitchen looked out toward a mudroom at the rear of the house. The back door had a glass pane in the top half, covered by a Roman shade. The shade was down. Can see it. Is it locked? I walked closer. I think no, he said. Don't go near it. Look from where you are. Is the shade moving? I stopped. At first, no, then yes. A faint shift at the bottom edge, not wind. The house was sealed. The window above the sink reflected my face, pale and stretched by the dark glass. The shade moved again. Something on the other side tapped the pane. One patient knock. I stepped back so fast my hip hit the counter. Nora was on the phone again. Elise, get the kids. Front room. Do not open the back door. Do not go outside. We're turning around. Should I call 911? Another silence. That was the wrong kind of hesitation. Daniel said, farther away from the receiver, tell her. Nora said, "Not yet." "What do you mean, not yet?" My voice rose, and I hated that Macy might hear it. "There is someone at your back door. Call if they try to come in," Nora said. "If you call now, they may leave before anyone arrives." They. The word came out thin. The monitor in my hand crackled. A child's voice whispered from it, close and pleased. She looked. I nearly dropped it. Upstairs, Macy screamed. Not a horror movie scream, a real one. Short, ragged, cut off halfway. I ran. I don't remember choosing to. 1 second I was in the kitchen with Nora shouting my name through the phone, and the next I was on the stairs, hitting the 3rd creak, missing the 4th, my hand slipping on the rail. I slammed my shin into the 5th step hard enough that bright pain shot to my knee, but I kept moving. At the top, Macy stood in the hall outside Owen's nursery. The door at the end of the hall, the last bedroom, was open. Only a foot, only enough for a wedge of dark. Owen was crying again, full force now. Macy pointed with her stuffed rabbit. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. Inside the last bedroom, something scraped across the floor. Not pipes, not a raccoon, wood against wood. Slow, deliberate. From my phone, still clutched in my hand, Nora shouted, "Elise. Elise, answer me." I grabbed Macy and pulled her back against my side. "What's in that room?" I demanded. Macy whispered, "Her bed." The scrape came again, closer to the door. I looked toward Owen's nursery. He was alone in the crib, crying so hard his whole body jerked. I had to get him. I had to get Macy downstairs. I had to stay away from the last bedroom. I had to watch the stairs. I had to listen for the back door. Too many rules. Too little time. My phone beeped, low battery, of course. I had come with 18% because I was always pretending I had enough. Daniel's voice came through, distorted by the bad connection. "Elise, take Macy and Owen and get into our bedroom. Lock the door. The front room isn't safe if they're at the back." "They," I said again. This time he answered, "We think someone S been getting into the house." The hallway seemed to tilt. Macy began shaking her head before he finished. "No," she said. "No, no, no." Daniel kept talking. "There's a panic button in the primary bedroom closet. Top shelf, right side, in a white box. Press and hold it. It goes to the alarm company. We disabled the system for you, but the panic button still works." Nora said, "Don't let Macy go near the last room." The scrape stopped. For 1 second, everything did. Then a voice came from inside the open bedroom. Not through the monitor, not static. A young girl's voice, small and hoarse from disuse, said, "Macy." Macy pulled against me so hard I almost lost my grip. "Don't answer," I whispered, but her face had changed. Fear, yes, but also guilt, recognition. My private flaw had been obedience. Hers, I realized, was worse. Macy had been taught to keep secrets for adults, and now one of those secrets was calling her name. Owen wailed from the nursery. My phone flashed 5%. The back door knocked again from downstairs, 3 quick taps this time, impatient. Nora screamed through the speaker, "Get them out of the hall." The last bedroom door opened another inch. Something pale moved low behind it. I had to choose. Grab Owen first and risk Macy slipping away toward that voice, or drag Macy with me and leave a crying baby alone for the seconds it would take someone or something human and hidden and already inside the house to reach him. Macy looked up at me, with tears on her cheeks. "Not bad," she whispered. "She's just hungry." Then the lights went out. The hallway nightlight flickered once, went dark, and the house filled with the thin electronic complaint of the baby monitor losing power. Downstairs, glass cracked, not shattered, cracked. Someone was forcing the back door. And in the dark, from the last bedroom, the little girl said, much closer now, "Please don't leave me again." When the lights went out, I forgot the rule sheet. Not forever, just for the first 3 seconds. The house made a hard little sound as the power died, like every appliance had swallowed at once. The white noise machine in Owen's nursery stopped. The refrigerator downstairs went quiet. The furnace cut off mid-breath. For a moment, the only things left were Owen's crying, Macy's wet breathing against my sleeve, and the scraping sound from the last bedroom. Then, the baby monitor in my hand beeped again. Low battery. Its tiny screen flashed once, showing nothing useful, just gray static and a white slash across the image. Then it went black. "Move," I whispered. Macy didn't. She stared at the last bedroom door. In the dark, I could still make out its shape because the streetlights outside laid a faint blue-gray line along the upstairs hallway. Macy's room was behind us to the left. The bathroom was open beside it. Owen's nursery was at the far end on the right. The last bedroom sat beyond the nursery, tucked into the back corner of the house like an afterthought. And inside it, someone breathed. Not a ghost breath, not cinematic. A person trying to stay quiet and failing because fear or hunger or sickness had made their chest too loud. "Macy," the girl inside whispered again. Macy leaned forward. I tightened my hand around her wrist. "No, she needs help. So does your brother." That got through. Owen's cry had turned hoarse. He was doing that awful baby gasp between screams, the one that sounds like he might choke on the next inhale. The back door downstairs knocked again, followed by a gritty scrape against glass. My phone screen lit against my palm. 3%. Nora was still on the call, but the connection had broken into pieces. "Elise, closet, don't," Daniel called. "Nora, I can't hear you. Primary bedroom." "Lock," the call dropped. I didn't try again. First attempt, get Owen, get Macy, get to the primary bedroom panic button. That was the plan. A simple map. Nursery first. Owen in my arms. Macy holding my shirt. Back down the hall, past the bathroom and her room, then into Nora and Daniel's bedroom, which I guessed was the closed double door at the top of the stairs on the opposite side of the landing. Lock the door. Find the white box. Press the panic button. Wait. It sounded possible. Possible is a dangerous word. It makes you step forward when every nerve is trying to drag you back. I shoved my phone into the pocket of my hoodie and guided Macy with me toward the nursery. "Stay behind me. Hand on my sweater. Don't let go." "Emily's scared of dark," Macy whispered. "She'll have to manage." "That's mean. I'm not trying to be nice right now." The hallway carpet muffled our steps. My shin throbbed from where I'd slammed it on the stair. Each step sent a hot line of pain up into my knee. I reached Owen's door and looked in before crossing the threshold. The nursery window was still closed. The curtain moved, but only because the forced air had stopped and the fabric was settling. The crib sat against the left wall, changing table under the window, dresser on the right with the unplugged monitor base and dead white noise machine. Closet door shut. Owen was standing in the crib now, both hands gripping the rail, his face wet and furious. "It's okay," I said, though it wasn't for him. It was for me. I stepped inside and lifted him. He clung instantly, fists grabbing my hair and hoodie string. His body was hot from crying, heavy in the helpless way toddlers are when they trust any adult-shaped object to fix the world. The second I had him against my chest, something moved behind us. Macy screamed. "No." I spun so hard pain flashed in my knee. The last bedroom door had opened wider. Maybe halfway now. A small figure stood just inside the frame. For one wild second, all I understood was hair. Long, tangled, pale brown hair hanging around a face I couldn't clearly see. A nightgown or oversized t-shirt. Bare legs, bare feet, too thin. The smell reached us a beat later. Stale sweat, old bedding, something sour like damp carpet. Human. That should have comforted me. It didn't. The girl lifted one hand to the doorframe. She looked about Macy's age, maybe a little older, but her posture was wrong. Crouched, watchful, like an animal used to hiding under furniture. Emily, female, approximately 7 or 8, appeared for the first time in the upstairs hallway. A thin white child with tangled hair, bare feet, and an oversized shirt that hung almost to her knees. Her voice matched the monitor's whisper, but her presence made the situation more frightening, not less, because she was real, physical, and somehow living inside the Miller's house. Macy whispered, "I told you." Emily looked at Owen in my arms, then at me. Her eyes didn't reflect much light. "She's not supposed to hold him," Emily said. No one moved. Downstairs, the back door cracked again, louder this time. That decided for me. I backed out of the nursery with Owen on my hip and Macy pressed to my side. "Emily, stay where you are," her head tipped. "Did Mommy say that, Mommy?" Macy made a small sound in her throat. I did not ask, not yet. I moved faster, forcing Macy with me. We passed the bathroom, past her bedroom. The double doors on the landing were where I thought they were, the primary bedroom. I shoved one open with my shoulder. The room smelled like perfume, dry cleaning plastic, and the cold wax of an unlit candle. A king bed faced 2 front windows. To the left was an attached bathroom. To the right, a walk-in closet with the door ajar. "Inside," I told Macy. She hesitated, looking back toward the hall. "Macy." She came. I kicked the bedroom door shut and turned the thumb lock. Then I dragged the heavy laundry hamper in front of it, because old habits die hard and locks had never felt like enough to me. Owen sobbed against my neck, hiccuping. My arms already burned from holding him. He was not a newborn. He was solid, squirming weight, and every time he kicked, my bruised shin pulsed. Macy stood by the bed, frozen. "Where's the closet?" I asked. She pointed. The walk-in closet was narrow, but deep, with shoes lined along the floor and plastic garment bags swaying from the rod. I used my phone screen for light, watching the battery drop to 2% as I lifted it toward the top shelf. White box, right side. There were 3 white boxes. Of course there were. A shoebox, a gift box with tissue paper poking out, a plastic first aid case. I pulled the shoebox down first. Photos spilled across the carpet. Not panic button. The gift box had scarves. The first aid case had gauze, antiseptic wipes, children's fever reducer, and a small flashlight. No panic button. Macy, which box? I'm not allowed in here. I wanted to snap at her. Instead, I bit the inside of my cheek until I tasted blood. There was another shelf higher up, almost hidden behind Daniel's hanging suit jackets. I shoved the clothes aside and saw a small white plastic case mounted to the wall, not sitting on the shelf. I reached, missed, reached again. Something thudded softly against the bedroom door. Macy whimpered. I found the latch, opened the case, and pressed the red button inside. Nothing happened. No siren, no blinking light, no reassuring beep. I held it down. Still nothing. Come on, I said. Owen cried into my ear. My phone died in my hand. The room went darker. The first attempt had failed, or only half worked. Maybe the panic signal had gone out silently. Maybe it hadn't. Maybe the disabled alarm meant the button was dead too. I had no way to know. Then from behind the bedroom door, Emily said, "That button doesn't call police." Macy whispered, "It calls Mr. Voss." My grip tightened around Owen. "Who is Mr. Voss?" Macy covered her mouth. Emily answered from the hallway, calm as a child reciting an address. "He lives behind us." That was when a new fact clicked into place with an ugly little snap. Someone at the back door. Someone connected to the house. Someone the Millers were afraid would leave if police came too soon. Someone whose name the children knew. I moved to the front window and lifted the curtain with 2 fingers. The Millers' front yard sloped down to the street. Their driveway was empty except for a basketball hoop lying on its side near the garage. Across the road, porch lights glowed. A dog barked somewhere, sharp and repetitive. No patrol car. No neighbors outside. The front door was below us. The back door was on the opposite side of the house, through the kitchen and mudroom. If someone was forcing it, I couldn't see them from here, but I could see the side yard. A wooden privacy fence ran from the garage toward the backyard. Beyond it, through bare maple branches, a neighboring house showed one lit basement window. A man's silhouette moved across it. Tall, slow, then gone. That could have been anything. A neighbor carrying laundry, a TV reflection, someone pacing in their own basement. My fear grabbed it and dressed it as danger. I let the curtain drop. Second attempt. Get out through the front. It was not smart. It was not clean. But staying in a bedroom with a questionable panic button while a person knocked at the back door and a hidden child stood in the hallway felt worse. "We're going downstairs," I said. Macy shook her head hard. "No, the back door, front door. We go out front, across the street. Neighbor's house." "What about Emily?" The question was a hook under my ribs. Emily was outside the bedroom door, breathing softly. Not attacking. Not begging now, just waiting. I said, "Emily can come if she wants." The breathing stopped. Macy looked at me like I had broken another rule. I moved the hamper aside as quietly as I could, shifted Owen higher on my hip, and unlocked the bedroom door. "Emily," I said through the crack, "we're going downstairs. We're going outside. If you need help, come with us, but you walk in front of me where I can see you." No answer. I opened the door. The hallway was empty, not comforting. The last bedroom door was closed again. also not comforting. We moved as a tight group, me first with Owen, Macy behind me with one hand fisted in my hoodie, and behind her, after 3 long seconds, the soft slap of bare feet on carpet. Emily was following. I didn't look back. I couldn't. If I turned and saw her too close, I was afraid I would scream and drop Owen. And Owen had already started to quiet, his head heavy on my shoulder, breath hitching against my neck. At the stairs, I stopped. The house below was darker than before. Some outside light came through the narrow windows beside the front door, enough to turn the entryway gray. The kitchen at the back was black. From the mudroom came a small metallic sound. Click, click, not the monitor this time. A lock being worked. I guided Macy down the stairs 1 step at a time. 3rd step creaked. 5th step complained under my bruised leg, and I almost buckled. Owen jerked awake and began to cry again. SHH, SHH, I know, I whispered. Halfway down, something banged in the kitchen. Macy gasped. I froze. Another bang. Then a frantic skittering across tile. For 1 terrible second, I imagined a person crawling low through the kitchen, hands and knees smacking the floor. Then a shape shot out of the mudroom and into the hall. I screamed. It was a raccoon. A real one. Big, hunched, gray, eyes catching the low light as it scrambled sideways, claws ticking against the hardwood. It knocked into the umbrella stand, sent 2 umbrellas clattering, then bolted toward the dining room. Misdirection. Stupid, explainable, still enough to almost make my knees give out. The back door wasn't just being forced by a person then. Something had already gotten in, or been let in, or found the gap first. The rule about raccoons wasn't fake. It was a real problem being used to cover a worse one. Emily made a small, hungry sound behind us. Not words, just a breath through teeth. Keep moving, I said. At the foot of the stairs, I turned toward the front door. The deadbolt was high but reachable. I shifted Owen to my left arm and reached up with my right. Before I touched it, the porch light snapped on. Motion sensor. A face appeared in the narrow glass beside the door. I stumbled back so hard Macy hit the stair rail. A woman stood on the porch. Not Nora, older, maybe late 50s. Gray hair tucked under a knit hat. Raincoat. One hand raised to knock. Her eyes widened when she saw me through the glass. For half a second, she looked as frightened as I felt. Then she mouthed, "Open." I did not. The woman held up a phone, screen bright. She pointed to it, then to me. Help, maybe, call, or I called. I couldn't tell. Macy whispered, "That's Mrs. Avery." Mrs. Linda Avery, female, about 59, appeared at the front porch. A neighbor in a dark raincoat and knit hat, holding a phone and gesturing urgently through the door glass. Her presence seemed at first like rescue, though Macy's uncertainty made it hard to trust. "She's nice," Macy said, then added, "I think." The woman knocked, soft but urgent. Behind us, from the kitchen, came a deeper impact. Wood splintered. The back door was giving way. I had no working phone. No confirmed alarm. 2 children in front of me, 1 hidden child behind me, and a neighbor on the porch who might be help or might be another piece of whatever the Millers had failed to explain. I unlocked the front door. Only the top lock. Before I could open it, Emily spoke from the bottom stair. "Don't. He watches her house too." Mrs. Avery heard, her Her eyes moved past me into the hall. Her expression changed. Not surprise, recognition. Then the front porch went dark. The motion light clicked off, plunging Mrs. Avery's face back into shadow. Her phone screen jerked as she turned suddenly toward the side yard. She shouted something I couldn't hear through the glass. A man's voice answered from outside. Low, angry, close. Mrs. Avery backed away from the door. Then she ran, not toward the street, toward the side of the house. Macy began crying again. She shouldn't go back there. That was the first moment I understood the geography of the trap. The Miller's house was not isolated, but the danger had shaped itself around the parts where help usually came from. Back door compromised. Front door watched. Side yard fenced. Upstairs unsafe. Phone dead. Parents 30 minutes away at best. Neighbor possibly involved or threatened. A child hidden in the house who knew more than she could explain. The kitchen exploded inward. Not literally. That's how it sounded. A crack of wood, a crash of glass, then the shriek of the back door alarm finally waking up late, a thin, useless scream pulsing through the dark. Owen wailed. Macy clapped her hands over her ears. Emily bolted. She ran past us toward the dining room, fast and silent, except for her bare feet on the floor. Emily, Macy shouted. A flashlight beam cut through the kitchen doorway. Then a man stepped into the rear hall. Mr. Voss, male, approximately 60, appeared as a silhouette first. Tall, heavy-shouldered, wearing a dark jacket and work boots, one hand holding a flashlight low near his thigh. His face was mostly hidden by the glare, but his voice was clear, controlled, and familiar to the children. Macy, he called. Come here, sweetheart. Macy went rigid. I pulled her behind me. He angled the flashlight up. The beam hit my eyes, white and blinding. I turned my face away, Owen screaming against my chest. You must be the babysitter, he said. You need to calm down before someone gets hurt. That sentence did something worse than a threat. It tried to make the danger my fault. My father's voice had lived in sentences like that. I backed toward the front door, fumbling with the lower lock now, but my hand shook too badly. Mr. Voss took one step forward. The alarm shrieked. Somewhere outside, Mrs. Avery screamed. Not long, not dramatic. A cut-off cry from the side yard, followed by the heavy thump of someone hitting the ground or a fence. Mr. Voss looked toward the sound. That was my chance. I got the front door open. Cold air rushed in. We made it one step onto the porch before headlights swung into the street at the far end of the block. A vehicle turned slowly toward the house. For a half second I thought, police. Then I saw the roofline. Not a cruiser. A white van with no markings, moving without headlights for the last few yards before they flicked on. Mr. Voss laughed softly behind us. Too late, he said. The van stopped across the end of the driveway, blocking the path to the street. Point of no return. We couldn't go back into the house. We couldn't run straight out. Mrs. Avery was somewhere in the side yard, maybe hurt. Emily had vanished into the dark rooms behind us. The alarm screamed into a neighborhood that had not yet opened a single door. Macy's hand found mine. Owen sobbed against my shoulder. And from inside the house, Emily cried out, "He's not alone." The white van blocked the driveway like it had been parked there for days, not seconds. It sat nose in across the apron, close enough to the curb that we couldn't squeeze past without stepping into the open street, far enough from the porch that whoever was inside had a clean view of the front door. Its headlights were on now, too bright, washing the wet pavement and the Millers' clipped shrubs in flat white glare. Behind me in the front hall, Mr. Voss said, "Bring them back inside." Not shouted. That was the worst part. He spoke like a man used to being obeyed. Owen sobbed into my shoulder, hot and damp against my neck. Macy clung to my left hand, so tightly her fingernails pressed little moons into my skin. The alarm screamed behind us from somewhere near the kitchen, a thin, pulsing sound that made thought come in pieces. Door open, van ahead, Mr. Voss behind, Emily inside, Mrs. Avery down somewhere by the fence. No phone, no parents, no clean way out. I stepped backward onto the porch, keeping my body between Mr. Voss and the children. He came to the threshold. His flashlight hung at his side now, beam bouncing across the floorboards. I could see him clearly for the first time. Was older than Daniel, maybe early 60s, with a square face and gray stubble, and one eyelid that drooped slightly lower than the other. He wore a navy work jacket with VOSS Property Services stitched over the breast pocket. That detail hit me hard. Not stranger, contractor, neighbor, someone who had fixed gutters, changed locks, carried boxes, known schedules. Someone safe because adults had let him be safe. "Listen to me," he said. "You don't understand what's happening. Stay back." Smiled faintly. Or what? I had no answer. Then something moved behind him. Emily. She darted across the hall from the dining room, low and fast, and slammed a kitchen chair into the back of his legs. Mr. Voss stumbled, not fell, just lost one step. It was enough. "Run," Emily screamed. I pulled Macy off the porch. We didn't go toward the driveway. We went left, across the front flower bed, crushing Nora's hydrangeas under our shoes. Owen bounced against my ribs, crying harder. Bad shin buckled on the mulch border, and pain flashed white behind my eyes. Macy slipped. I yanked her upright. The van door opened. A younger man got out from the passenger side. Graham Voss, male, approximately 32, appeared beside the white van, broad, shaved-headed, wearing a black hoodie and jeans, his movements quick and irritated rather than cautious. His resemblance to Mr. Voss was in the jaw, and the way he carried his shoulders, forward and heavy, like every space belonged to him. "Dad." He shouted, "Dad, of course." We cut across the side yard toward the wooden privacy fence. The front lawn sloped down, but the side yard narrowed between the Miller's house and the fence, a strip of damp grass, trash bins, and a coiled green hose. Beyond the fence was Mrs. Avery's property. Her basement window glowed somewhere through the slats. If we could get over, through, under, no. Macy couldn't climb fast. I couldn't climb with Owen. Emily was still inside. Behind us, Mr. Voss cursed. A hard, ugly sound. Then the alarm stopped. The sudden quiet was worse than the noise. It made room for footsteps. Graham came around the van at a jog. Mr. Voss moved from the porch, slower but steady. 2 directions. Macy dragged at my hand. "There's a gate." "Where?" "Back, near the garbage cans." We ran toward the rear corner. The house wall was on our right, cold white siding and dark windows. the fence on our left. The ground turned muddy under the eaves, and my shoes slipped. Owen's cheek knocked against my collarbone. He screamed, then coughed, then screamed again. The back of the house came into view. The mudroom door hung crooked, glass cracked in a spiderweb pattern around the lock. A kitchen chair lay inside on its side. The raccoon was nowhere I could see. At the back corner of the fence was a gate with a simple latch. I grabbed it. Locked. Macy, it's not usually. Move. I set Owen down for half a second between my legs, holding him with my knees while I yanked the latch. It had been looped with a chain from the other side. My fingers scraped metal. No give. Graham's feet slapped through the grass behind us. There, Macy cried. A red-handled garden trowel stuck from a planter beside the gate. I snatched it and jammed the metal blade through the gap, trying to lift the chain. My hands were shaking too badly. The trowel slipped, tearing skin from my knuckles. Owen reached for me, sobbing, up, up, up. I know, baby, I know. The chain jumped once. Almost. Graham hit me from behind. Not a full tackle. He shoved my shoulder hard enough to throw me sideways into the fence. Owen went down on his bottom in the mud and wailed. Macy screamed and kicked Graham in the shin with her socked foot. He grabbed her arm. Everything narrowed. No more house. No more rules. No more trying to be careful. I drove the garden trowel into Graham's forearm. He yelled and let go. The blade didn't go deep. It caught cloth and skin, enough to make him jerk back and swear. Blood welled dark on his sleeve. Macy scrambled behind me. I lifted Owen with one arm and swung the trowel with the other. Don't touch them. Graham stared at me like I had insulted him by resisting. You stupid. A floodlight snapped on over Mrs. Avery's garage. We all froze. Mrs. Avery stood on the other side of the fence, hunched but upright, one hand pressed to her forehead. Blood ran down the side of her face from a cut near her hairline. In her other hand, she held a phone. I called 911. She shouted, "They're coming." Graham looked at his father. Mr. Voss had reached the back corner of the house. The flashlight in his hand flicked between us and Mrs. Avery. You should have stayed inside, Linda, he said. Mrs. Avery's voice shook. You should have left those children alone. Children, not child. Emily burst from the broken back doorway behind Mr. Voss. She had something in both hands. At first, I thought it was a toy. Then the beam caught metal. Daniel's phone, no. The second baby monitor base from Owen's nursery. Emily threw it at Mr. Voss with both hands. It hit his temple with a hard plastic crack. He staggered into the mudroom doorframe. Emily ran straight for us. Gate, she screamed. Lift, don't pull. I shoved the trowel into the latch gap again, lifted instead of yanking, and the chain rose off a hidden peg on Mrs. Avery's side. She must have locked it from her yard earlier, trying to keep someone out. Or in. The gate swung open 6 inches. Then Graham slammed it shut from our side. No, he said, breathing hard. Nobody's going anywhere. Mrs. Avery reached over the fence with a rake and swung at his shoulder. He ducked. The rake teeth scraped wood. Emily hit the gate from below with her skinny shoulder. Macy pushed too. I pushed with my hip. Owen trapped against me. For 3 seconds, it became a stupid, brutal contest over a wooden gate. Graham on one side, 3 children and 1 injured babysitter on the other, Mrs. Avery jabbing blindly with a rake from beyond. The hinges squealed. Mud sucked at my shoes. My lungs burned. Then Owen, twisting in panic, kicked the gate latch with both feet. The wood jolted. Graham's grip slipped. The gate burst open. We spilled into Mrs. Avery's yard. I fell on my knees, twisting so Owen landed against me instead of the ground. Pain shot through both legs. My palms hit gravel. Skin tore. Macy tumbled beside me and came up crying. Emily landed on all fours, then scrambled back to shut the gate. Mrs. Avery grabbed Macy first, then Owen, helping me up with a strength I would not have expected from someone bleeding down her face. "Basement," she gasped. "Inside. Move." We crossed her backyard toward the lit basement door. Her house sat slightly lower than the Millers. A brown split level with a screened porch and a concrete stairwell leading down to the walkout basement. The door was open. Light spilled out yellow and shaky. Behind us, Graham forced the gate wide again. Mr. Voss shouted, "Graham, stop." But Graham wasn't listening anymore. That made him more frightening. Mr. Voss still had a plan. Graham had anger. We reached the basement stairs. Mrs. Avery went first, limping now. Macy followed. Emily hesitated at the top. I saw why. The basement door opened into a laundry room. Bright lights, white machines, shelves of detergent. Normal things. Emily looked at that clean light like it might burn her. "Come on," I said. She shook her head. "They'll send me back." "No one is sending you back. You don't know." I didn't. That was the awful thing. I didn't know what adults would do. I didn't know if the Millers were protectors or accomplices or cowards. I didn't know if police would understand a hidden child, frightened children, neighbors, property lines, custody. Whatever lie had been told long before I arrived. But Graham was coming through the gate. So I lied the way adults lie when the truth is too large. "I promise," I said. Emily came down. Mrs. Avery slammed the basement door and turned the lock. Then she slid a metal security bar into brackets across it. Good, practical. A woman who had known fear long enough to modify her doors. The basement smelled like detergent, wet concrete, and cat litter. A television played muted local news in a finished room beyond the laundry area. The police were not here yet. The sirens, if they existed, were too far away. Mrs. Avery bent over, hands on knees, breathing hard. "Bathroom, hallway, hide there." "No," I said. "Do you have another exit?" "Front stairs up to kitchen." "Can it lock?" "Yes, lock it." She stared at me, then nodded and hurried toward the stairs. The basement layout mattered fast. Laundry room at the walkout door. Finished den to the right. Small hallway straight ahead with bathroom and storage closet. Interior stairs rising to the main floor on the left. Too many entrances. Too many corners. I set Owen on the den couch. He immediately reached for Macy. She climbed beside him, shaking, one arm around his middle. Emily stood apart from them, pressed against the wall near a bookshelf full of old paperbacks. Under the bright basement light, she looked even worse. Her legs were scratched. One knee was swollen. There were old yellowing bruises around her upper arm and a newer red mark on her cheek. Her hair had been cut unevenly near the back, as if someone had hacked out a knot with scissors. Macy saw me looking. "They said she was sick," she whispered. "They said if people knew, she'd go away." Emily's face tightened. You promised you wouldn't tell. I was 5, Macy said, crying harder. I didn't know. A fist hit the basement door. Once, then again. The security bar held. Graham shouted through it, "Open the door." Mrs. Avery came back from the stairs, face gray. "Front is locked. I can hear his father outside." "Where's your phone?" She held it up. "Give it to me." She did. The screen showed an active 911 call. Bless her. The dispatcher's voice came through small and tinny. "Ma'am, stay on the line. Officers are en route. Are you in a safe location?" I took the phone. "We're in the basement of the house next door to 114 Brookfield Lane. 2 adult men are trying to force entry. There are 3 children here, 1 toddler, 1 injured child. Neighbor has a head injury. Are the suspects armed?" I looked toward the basement door as Graham hit it again. The bar rattled in its brackets. "Unknown. 1 has a flashlight. They forced entry into the first house. They may have tools." Mrs. Avery whispered. "He has keys to half the neighborhood." That was not helpful. Then we heard a lock click upstairs. Mrs. Avery went still. The front door upstairs. Mr. Voss had a key. So the second attempt had only moved the trap. We weren't safe. We were contained in a basement with 2 routes in, and one of those routes was already being opened by a man with keys and patience. The dispatcher was saying something, but I couldn't hold the phone. Owen, Macy, Emily, Mrs. Avery, and the whole world together at once. "Storage closet," Mrs. Avery whispered. "It locks from inside." "No," Emily's voice was sharp. "No closets." Macy flinched at that. I looked at the basement door. Graham hit it again, looked at the stairs. Footsteps overhead now. Slow, careful, we had seconds. I scanned the laundry shelves, detergent, bleach, dryer sheets, a plastic basket of clothespins, a fire extinguisher mounted beside the dryer. Not a weapon, exactly. Enough. I handed the phone back to Mrs. Avery. "Keep talking. Say everything out loud." Then I grabbed the fire extinguisher. It was heavier than I expected. My scraped palms screamed when I pulled it free. "Kids," I said, behind the couch. Emily didn't move. "Emily." She stared toward the stairs. Her whole body had gone rigid. Mr. Voss's voice came from above. "Emmy, come on now. You scared everybody, Emmy." The gentleness made my stomach turn. Emily backed up 1 step, then another. Macy climbed off the couch and grabbed her hand. "No." Emily's face crumpled. That tiny gesture almost broke me. Owen whimpered, quieter now, exhausted beyond crying. He had mud on 1 cheek and my blood on his pajama sleeve from my torn knuckles. Footsteps came down the stairs. Mr. Voss appeared first, 1 hand raised like he was approaching a nervous dog. "Linda, you're making this worse." Mrs. Avery stood by the laundry machines with the phone hidden against her thigh. Blood had dried along her jaw. "Stay there." He looked at me, then at the fire extinguisher. "You really going to spray that around kids? If you come closer," he sighed. "You have no idea what that girl is. Her mother dumped her on us. She bites, she steals, she lies. The Millers tried to help, and now look." Emily made a sound behind me, not denial, shame. That was how I knew some version of the lie had been repeated to her for a long time. I said, "Then you won't mind explaining that to police." His face changed then. The patient mask shifted, and I saw the calculation underneath. Graham hit the basement door again. The bracket bent. Mr. Voss stepped down another stair. I pulled the extinguisher pin. For a second, nobody moved. Then Graham broke the basement door bar free with a metallic snap. Mr. Voss lunged. I sprayed him in the face. The extinguisher roared. White powder filled the stairwell, the laundry room, my mouth, my eyes. Mr. Voss shouted and fell sideways against the railing. Graham burst through the walkout door at the same time, coughing as the cloud hit him. Mrs. Avery screamed at the dispatcher that they were inside. "Go," I shouted. "Not upstairs, not out the basement door." There was no safe exit left, so we went into the only place that could slow adults down, the cramped storage room off the hall. Emily froze at the threshold, sobbing once through gritted teeth. "No closets. It's not for hiding," I said. "It's for trapping them." I didn't know if that was true until I saw what was inside. Metal shelving, paint cans, Christmas bins, a small high window near the ceiling with a latch. Too small for me. Maybe not too small for Macy. Definitely not too small for Emily. The basement filled with coughing and footsteps. Mr. Voss was half blind, but still moving. Graham was cursing, kicking laundry baskets aside. I shoved a shelf toward the doorway. It tipped slowly, painfully slowly, cans and boxes sliding. Mrs. Avery helped, grunting. The shelf crashed across the hall between us and the laundry room. "Window," I told Emily. "Can you open it?" She climbed the shelves like she had done it before, too easily. That hurt to see. She reached the small window, unlatched it, and pushed. It stuck. Macy climbed after her, coughing. "No," I said. "Macy, get down. I'm smaller." She pushed beside Emily. The window popped open. Cold air came in. Outside was a narrow window well covered by a plastic grate. Emily looked back at me. "It's screwed down." Of course it was. Graham hit the fallen shelf in the hallway. It shifted. Owen cried weakly from the corner where I'd set him on a pile of winter coats. I saw the paint cans, saw the screwdriver set on the workbench, saw the rule sheet in my mind. Don't investigate, lower the volume, continue as normal, no more. Unscrew it, I said. Emily grabbed the screwdriver and went at the grate from inside the window well. Her hands shook, but she knew screws. Someone had taught her, or she had learned by needing to. The shelf barrier moved again. Mr. Voss coughed. "Graham, get the boy, Owen." That clarified everything enough. This was not confusion, not a custody misunderstanding, not a neighbor dispute. Whatever story they had built, it ended with these men taking the children. I lifted the heaviest paint can and waited beside the door. The shelf scraped aside. Graham forced his shoulder through the gap. I swung the paint can into his face. It connected with a sound I will hear forever. Not dramatic, dense, wet at the edges. He dropped, not unconscious. People don't drop cleanly like movies. He folded, hands to his nose, making a choking animal sound as blood ran through his fingers. The cost came immediately. Mr. Voss grabbed my wrist from behind the shelf and twisted. Pain burst up my arm. The paint can fell. My knees hit the concrete. He yanked me forward, hard enough that my shoulder felt like it was leaving its socket. Mrs. Avery hit him with the rake, the same rake from the yard. She must have dragged it inside without me noticing. The wooden handle cracked across his forearm. He let go. She hit him again, lower in the knee. He went down on the stairs. Then we heard sirens, real ones, close. Blue light flickered faintly through the basement window. For 1 second, everyone stopped to listen. That second saved us. Emily kicked the plastic grate loose from outside the window well. It clattered onto the grass. "Macy first," she shouted. I lifted Macy. My injured wrist screamed. Mrs. Avery helped shove from below. Emily pulled from outside. Macy wriggled through, crying, scraping her elbow on the frame. Then Owen. He was harder because he was terrified and limp with exhaustion. I pushed him up to Emily, who took him under the arms with surprising strength. "Owen," Mr. Voss rasped. He tried to stand. Mrs. Avery swung the rake again and missed. He caught the handle. They struggled over it. I climbed halfway up the shelving, pain making the world pulse black at the edges. "Go," Mrs. Avery shouted. "I'm not leaving you. That's not bravery. That's stupidity. Go." Outside, a male voice shouted, "Police, show me your hands." Then another voice, closer to the front of the house. Mr. Voss let go of the rake and raised both hands, but his eyes stayed on the window. Graham rolled onto his side, bleeding, cursing quietly. I got 1 foot on the workbench and pushed myself toward the window. My shoulder barely fit. My bruised shin dragged against the frame. I almost got stuck at the hips. Emily and Macy pulled from outside. My scraped palms slid on damp grass. I came out into the yard on my stomach. Cold air hit my face. Blue and red lights washed Mrs. Avery's fence, the Miller house, the open gate, the broken back door. Officers moved between yards with flashlights drawn. One shouted commands toward the basement door. Another ran to us. Emily had Owen in her lap in the grass. Macy was wrapped around both of them, crying into Owen's hair. I crawled to them because standing was too much. The officer reached us, radio crackling. "Are you injured?" "Yes," I said then, because that was not enough. "There are 2 men inside, 1 woman injured, 1 child hidden. She needs medical help. She's real. Her name is Emily." Emily looked at me. For the first time all night, she looked less afraid of me than of everyone else. The officer knelt, softer now. "Okay, we've got you." Behind us, from inside Mrs. Avery's basement, Mr. Voss started shouting about misunderstandings, custody, trespassing, mental illness. Anything that might turn the story back into something he controlled. Then Mrs. Avery's voice cut through, raw and furious. "She was locked in that room, you bastard." The officers moved in. It ended there, officially. Not cleanly, not peacefully, but in the way real danger often ends, with zip ties, shouted instructions, a toddler vomiting from stress into someone's sleeve, a child refusing to let go of another child, and adults suddenly desperate to explain what they had not prevented. Nora and Daniel arrived while the ambulance was still turning onto the street. Nora ran toward Macy first. Macy backed away. That was the scar, not blood, not bruises. That. Daniel stopped at the edge of the yard, staring at Emily as if seeing a ghost would have been easier than seeing a neglected child in his neighbor's grass. Emily held Owen tighter. Mr. Voss was brought out through Mrs. Avery's basement door with white powder streaked across his jacket and one knee buckling under him. Graham came after, blood down his chin, swearing until an officer told him to stop talking. I sat on the wet grass because my legs wouldn't hold me anymore. My wrist had begun to swell. My shoulder throbbed. My shin was a dark raised lump under my jeans. Every breath tasted like fire extinguisher dust. The Miller's house stood behind us, front door open, back door broken, upstairs windows black. The last bedroom light was still off, but I knew now what had been inside it: a bed, a hungry child, and rules written by adults who had mistaken secrecy for protection until the secrecy grew teeth. The conflict was over in the practical sense. The men were restrained. The children were outside. Police were present. Nobody had to choose in the dark anymore. But when a paramedic wrapped a blanket around Macy, she looked past her mother and asked me, "Do I still have to keep the rules?" I didn't answer right away. Because some rules survive the people who make them. And Emily, sitting in the grass with Owen asleep against her chest, whispered, "Not tonight." The first person to put a blanket around me was a paramedic named Sophie. And I remember that because she kept saying my name like she was trying to anchor me to it. "Elise, look at me. Can you move your fingers?" I could, technically. My right hand opened and closed in slow, useless little motions. My wrist was already swelling into an ugly shape, and my shoulder felt loose in a way shoulders should not feel. Every breath still carried that chemical chalk taste from the fire extinguisher. It coated the back of my throat, my tongue, even the soft place behind my nose. Sophie Alvarez, 31, female, appeared beside me in Mrs. Avery's backyard in navy EMT pants and a reflective jacket, speaking gently, but with the firm rhythm of someone used to being ignored by people in shock. She checked my wrist, my pupils, the lump on my shin, and the scrapes across my palms, while police lights kept washing the fence in blue and red. "I'm fine," I said. She gave me a look. I stopped saying it. Across the yard, Owen sat in the back of an ambulance with a pediatric oxygen mask near his face, though he kept pushing it away and crying whenever anyone tried to touch him. Macy sat beside him, wrapped in a gray blanket, one sock missing, her curls stuck to her wet cheeks. She held his hand and would not let Nora near him at first. That part was quiet, not peaceful. Quiet in the way a house gets after something breaks, and everyone is listening to see if the ceiling will come down too. Nora stood 3 feet from the ambulance doors, hands at her mouth, mascara tracking down one cheek. Every time she took half a step forward, Macy stiffened. So Nora stopped, again and again, like she was learning a new boundary in real time, and every lesson hurt. Daniel was talking to 2 officers near the Miller driveway. His blazer was gone, tie loosened, hair messed from running his hands through it. He kept looking toward the house, then toward Emily, then back at the officers, as if he hoped one of those places would rearrange itself into a version of the night he could explain. It did not. Emily sat on the folded bumper of the second ambulance with a blanket around her shoulders and no shoes on her feet. A female officer stood near her, not too close. A paramedic offered Emily a paper cup of water, and Emily took it with both hands like someone might snatch it back. Officer Mara Klein, 42, female, introduced herself to Emily first, not to the adults. She had dark hair pulled into a tight bun, a calm voice, and a way of crouching so her belt and radio did not loom over a child's face. "No one is asking you to go back inside," she told Emily. "Not tonight." Emily did not answer, but she drank the water. Mrs. Avery refused a stretcher until someone checked the children. She stood in her driveway with gauze pressed to her head, arguing with a paramedic half her age. "I'm not the one who was locked in a room," she said. The paramedic said, "Ma'am, you may have a concussion. I may have a lot of things. Start with her." She pointed at Emily. That was Mrs. Avery in miniature, bleeding, furious, and still more interested in being useful than safe. Police moved through the Millers' house with flashlights. I watched their beams pass behind upstairs curtains, one window at a time. Macy's room, bathroom, Owen's nursery, then the last bedroom. The last bedroom stayed lit longer than the others. Nobody told me what they found while I sat there, but I saw enough carried out later. A stripped twin mattress wrapped in a plastic cover, a child-sized hoodie, a stack of paper plates, a bucket with a lid, a plastic bottle of children's vitamins, and a baby monitor unit with its casing cracked from where Emily had thrown it. Ordinary objects. That made it worse. There was no hidden dungeon, no elaborate chamber, just a bedroom at the end of a hallway in a nice house, made invisible by adult decisions, and one closed door. At some point, Officer Klein came to take my statement. She sat on the ambulance step beside me, leaving space between us, notebook balanced on one knee. "Start wherever you can," she said. I laughed once, because that sounded impossible. Then I started with the job listing, the texts, the rule sheet, Emily on the monitor, Owen tangled in his sleep sack, the open nursery window, the mud, the panic button, Mr. Voss, Graham, the van, Mrs. Avery, the basement, the fire extinguisher. When I got to the part where Macy said Emily was hungry, my voice stopped working. Sophie handed me water. Officer Klein waited. Nobody rushed me. That almost made me cry more than being rushed would have. Nora was interviewed separately in the back of a police cruiser with the door open. Daniel was questioned near the garage. I could not hear everything, only pieces when the night thinned between engines and radios. She came to us through my sister. We were trying to keep her out of the system. Voss said he knew people. No, we never agreed to. She was supposed to stay one weekend, pieces. Not enough for a courtroom, enough for a shape. Emily had not been a ghost, or a sister, or an imaginary friend. She was Nora's niece, or almost niece depending on which adult version turned out to be legally true. Her mother had disappeared into addiction, warrants, bad men, or all three. Nora and Daniel had taken Emily in temporarily without paperwork because they thought paperwork would bring child services, police, custody disputes, or Emily's mother back with someone worse. Then Mr. Voss got involved. He did maintenance for half the street. He knew locks, cameras, alarm panels. He had helped Daniel install the nursery monitor. He had offered to handle things when Emily started wandering at night, and Mrs. Avery began asking questions about a child she never saw outside. That was the phrase I heard Daniel say twice. Handle things. Adults love phrases that do not show blood. By the time the police arrived, Mr. Voss and Graham were in separate cruisers. Graham had a towel pressed under his broken nose and kept shouting that I had assaulted him. Nobody seemed impressed. Mr. Voss had gone quiet. His face was streaked white with extinguisher dust, one eye red and watering, hands cuffed behind him. When he passed Emily, he looked at her. Not long, just enough. Emily tucked her bare feet under the blanket and stared at the ambulance floor. Macy saw it too. She got up before Nora could stop her and walked across the driveway to Emily. An officer moved as if to intervene, then stopped when Emily lifted her head. Macy stood in front of her. "I'm sorry," she said. Emily looked at the paper cup in her hands. "You gave me crackers sometimes." That wasn't enough. "No," Macy cried without making noise. Her face folded inward, and for 1 second she looked younger than 6. Emily reached out very slowly and touched Macy's sleeve. Not forgiveness. Not yet. Just contact. That was all they could manage. It was enough to make Nora sit down hard on the curb. I spent the rest of that night in the emergency department at St. Francis Hospital in Hartford, sitting under fluorescent lights with grit still in my hair and a temporary splint on my wrist. My shoulder was sprained, not dislocated. My shin was bruised to the bone, but not cracked. My palms were cleaned and wrapped. They gave me a tetanus shot because of the garden trowel and fence splinters, and I laughed when the nurse said I might be sore tomorrow. Tomorrow sounded like a rumor. Nora and Daniel were not allowed to ride with the children. Macy and Owen went with a social worker and Officer Klein. Emily went to the same hospital in a different ambulance, under a different protocol, because words like neglect and unlawful restraint had entered the night and changed everyone's roles. Mrs. Avery came in 2 beds down from me with 7 stitches near her hairline and a stubborn refusal to lie flat. She kept asking if the children were okay. Okay isn't the word, I told her. No, she said, it never is. Around 3:00 a.m., Officer Klein found me again near the vending machines, holding a cup of coffee I had not paid for because the machine had eaten my dollar and dispensed it anyway. She told me what she could. Mr. Voss and Graham were in custody. The van had rope, duct tape, a pry bar, children's snacks, and 2 prepaid phones inside. That detail made the hospital corridor tilt for a second. The panic button in the Miller's closet did not contact police. It sent a silent alert to a private receiver in Mr. Voss's garage. Daniel claimed he had believed it went to an alarm company because Voss had installed it. Officer Klein did not say whether she believed him. I didn't ask. The rule sheet was evidence. The handwritten notes were evidence too. Nora had written more underneath than I'd seen. If Macy says Emily is hungry, do not engage. Text us. If backdoor sensor chirps once, bring children upstairs. If Voss comes by, do not open. If Emily leaves room, do not panic her. Do not panic her. That one stayed with me. Not feed her. Not free her. Do not panic her. The The legal consequences came in layers over the next few weeks, though I only knew pieces from calls with the detective and one short, awful meeting with a victim advocate. Mr. Voss and Graham were charged with burglary, attempted kidnapping, assault, child endangerment, and other things I wrote down, but could not keep straight. Nora and Daniel were not immediately charged the same way, but the investigation into them stayed open. Their children were placed with Daniel's sister in Avon, while the state sorted out what protective custody meant for 3 different kids with 3 different kinds of wounds. Emily's legal name was not Emily Miller. That was all Officer Klein would tell me. The name she used at the hospital had been chosen by adults for paperwork. Emily had chosen Emily for herself after a picture book Macy used to read outside the last bedroom door when no one was supposed to know. That was one of the things that undid me later. Not the van, not the broken door, not even Mr. Voss. A 6-year-old sitting in a hallway, whisper, reading to a child behind a closed door, because that was the only kindness she knew how to smuggle. I went back to the Miller's house once, not inside. 3 weeks later, I drove past because the detective asked me to identify where the van had been parked in relation to the driveway. The hydrangeas were cut down. The broken back door had been replaced. There was yellowing police tape still stuck to one porch post, fluttering in the wind like a dirty ribbon. A realtor-style sign stood in the yard, not for sale, just property under surveillance. The brass fox knocker was gone. For some reason, that bothered me. I returned to my apartment after that and sat in my car until the engine ticked itself quiet. My roommates had left a casserole in the fridge with a sticky note that said no need to talk, which was the nicest thing anyone had done for me in years. I tried to go back to the bookstore. I lasted half a shift. A little girl asked where we kept picture books about sisters, and I had to sit on the floor between beginner readers and seasonal until my manager found me counting my breaths. The body remembers geography. That is what I learned. Mine remembered hallways, closed doors, baby monitors, the scrape of furniture. Even the harmless click of the store's old radiator made my hands go cold and clumsy. I started therapy because Officer Klein gave me a list, and because Mrs. Avery called me twice a week until I promised her I had made an appointment. "Elise," she said during the second call, "you are very good at taking instructions from frightened people. Try taking this one." So I did. Macy sent me a drawing a month later through the victim advocate. Crayon on printer paper. 4 figures standing in a yard under blue and red scribbles. One had a baby on her hip and hair that looked like a brown helmet. One was small with curls. One was smaller, labeled OWEN in careful block letters. One was a stick figure with long hair and no mouth. On the back, Macy had written, "We don't keep rules like that anymore." I kept it folded inside a book on my shelf, not displayed. Some things are too heavy to frame. I never saw Emily again in person. I heard indirectly that she was placed with a foster family outside Hartford, then later with relatives in Massachusetts who had not known she existed. I heard she liked toast very dark, but not burned. I heard she slept with the light on and hid food under her pillow until someone gently explained she could ask for more. Those details came through people who should not have told me, probably. I did not correct them. Owen recovered fastest in the way toddlers sometimes do, which adults call resilience because they are uncomfortable calling it lack of language. Macy did not recover fast. Good. I stopped trusting fast recovery. Nora wrote me a letter. I read the first line, saw the words I thought we were helping, and put it back in the envelope. Later, maybe, I told myself. Later has not come. There's one thing I never told the police because I was not sure what it meant, and because by the time I remembered it clearly, the case already had enough horror without adding something I could not explain. When I went back to identify the driveway, I parked across the street near Mrs. Avery's house. Her front curtains were open. The yard looked clean, normal. Wind moved through bare branches. As I pulled away, I saw a lobster magnet stuck to the metal mailbox beside the miller's front walk. The same one from the refrigerator. Maybe police had moved it. Maybe a neighbor found it in the grass and put it there. Maybe it was not the same magnet at all. Lobster magnets are not rare in New England, but beneath it, folded once and pinned against the mailbox, was a strip of white paper. I did not get out to read it. I tell myself that was healthy. I tell myself some doors stay closed because you choose not to open them. Still, every time my phone makes that small, wet clicking sound before a call connects, I remember the monitor in my hand. I remember Macy's fingers on my sleeve. I remember Emily's voice saying, "Read to me too," not like a threat, but like a child asking for proof she existed. And I remember the rule I broke too late. Continue as normal. That is how houses like that survive. Everyone continues as normal until someone finally turns the volume up. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I took a job at an old zoo. But the empty cages still need feeding is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first sign that the job wasn't normal was the bucket of meat moving by itself, not walking, not sliding across the concrete like something had grabbed it. Nothing that dramatic. It just shifted an inch while I was standing there with the hose running. A wet metal scrape that cut through the morning quiet behind the reptile house. I looked down and saw the 5-gallon bucket give one more little twitch, like something inside had flexed. The lid was still on. I'm not proud of how long I stood there with the hose in my hand, spraying water over my left boot. My name is Daniel Mercer, 32, male, from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Though I had spent the last 8 years drifting through jobs in Western New York, like I was trying to outrun a version of myself that kept forwarding its mail. Before the zoo, I worked warehouse nights in Buffalo, seasonal groundskeeping at a cemetery in Erie County, and one miserable summer cleaning rental cabins near Chautauqua Lake. I was good with tools, good with animals if they weren't dogs, and bad with bosses who liked to stand too close when they gave instructions. That last part mattered more than I wanted it to. The zoo sat outside Jamestown, New York, down a 2-lane road where the trees leaned over the shoulder and dropped black walnuts hard enough to dent car roofs. It had been called Pine Hollow Wildlife Park when families still came through the gates with strollers and soft pretzels. By the time I took the job, everyone just called it the old zoo. Half the signs were faded to pastel. The ticket booth windows were cloudy from years of sun and condensation. A fiberglass giraffe stood near the entrance with one ear missing and a crack running down its neck, like it had been listening too long to bad news. It wasn't abandoned. That was what I kept telling people. Closed to the public, I'd say, because it sounded more official. There were still animals there. Not many, but enough to require permits, inspections, feed schedules, and the kind of paperwork that made every living thing feel like a liability. 2 elderly black bears, a cranky emu named Earl, 3 goats that had learned how to open gate latches if you didn't clip them twice, a red fox with cataracts, a handful of reptiles in heated rooms that smelled like wet bark and old pennies, and, according to the feeding chart taped inside the keeper shed, 4 empty cages. I learned that on my first morning. The bucket scraped again. I killed the hose. Water dripped off the end of the nozzle and ticked against the concrete, steady and bright in the damp air. Somewhere past the service road, Earl the emu made a deep wooden thump with his throat, like somebody knocking from inside a cabinet. "Don't kick it," a voice called behind me. I turned too fast and nearly dropped the hose. Marta Klein, 46, female from Rochester, New York, stood by the open door of the commissary with a clipboard tucked under her arm and a cigarette unlit behind one ear. She was the senior keeper, though senior seemed less like a title and more like a warning. She had close-cut gray hair, square shoulders, and the calm, watchful expression of someone who had spent a lot of her adult life near animals that could ruin a person in under 10 seconds. She wore rubber boots, canvas pants, and a fleece vest with the zoo's old logo stitched over the breast, a pine tree, a paw print, and the words "Wild Encounters for all ages." "I wasn't going to kick it," I said. "You looked like you were thinking about it." "I was thinking about whether something's alive in there." "Something is." She came over, took the hose from my hand without asking, and looped it around the wall hook. "Chicken necks. They settle. They settle sideways." Marta glanced at the bucket. The lid bulged slightly at one edge, just enough to show a red, wet line beneath the plastic. "Sometimes gas builds up if the fridge runs warm." That explained it. Mostly. The old commissary had a refrigerator big enough to hide a motorcycle in, and it shuddered every few minutes with a low, industrial cough. There were tubs of thawing fish, bags of chopped produce, frozen mice in labeled cartons, powdered supplements, vitamin syringes, and a wall calendar from 3 years earlier that nobody had bothered to change. The place smelled like bleach, raw poultry, hay, and coffee that had been left on the burner until it turned mean. I wiped my boot on the concrete and tried not to look at the bucket again. "First rule," Marta said, "anything with a lid stays with a lid until you're where you need to be. Because of smell, because of smell, because of flies, because Earl will eat things that make him sick and then act personally betrayed by his own stomach." She pointed her pen at me. "And because once, before my time, somebody dumped a thaw bucket too close to the bears and lost part of a finger. Good to know. You'll get used to it." People had been saying that to me for years. "You'll get used to nights. You'll get used to lifting with your legs. You'll get used to living alone. You'll get used to the smell." I never did, not really. I just got better at pretending I had. Marta handed me the clipboard. "You can read a feed chart." I can read. That's not what I asked. On the paper, each enclosure had a code, animal name, diet, time, and notes. Bear Ridge, apple, trout, omnivore mash, scatter feed to encourage movement. Fox Run, softened kibble, thawed mouse, check right, I discharge. Reptile Room, missed twice, record humidity. Then came the lines that made me slow down. Cage 6, prep only 700. Cage 9, prep only 715. Aviary B, prep only 730. Cat Row 3, prep only 745. No animal names. No diets listed in detail. Just weights, all meat. 2 pounds, 4 pounds, 1 pound fish, 3 pounds red. I tapped the paper. What does prep only mean? Marta's eyes moved to the spot before I finished asking. She took the clipboard back. It means you prep it. And then you leave it where the chart says. Those cages have animals. No, it came out flat, not defensive, not playful, just no. I waited for her to explain. She didn't. Inside the fridge, the compressor kicked on with a clank that rattled the metal shelves. From somewhere in the park came the bleating complaint of one of the goats. The morning was still gray, not fully light yet, and the service yard had that hollow feel places get before visitors arrive. Except visitors weren't arriving. Not today, not any day. So why feed them? I asked. Marta slid the cigarette from behind her ear, looked at it like she had forgotten putting it there, then tucked it back. Because the owners want the chart followed. That's it. That's enough. It should have been a red flag. Maybe it was. But I was 2 months behind on my truck payment, sleeping in a rented room above a laundromat in Falconer, and very tired of pretending every interview didn't end the second they saw the gap in my employment history. Also, I had a private little problem I didn't tell people about. I hated closed doors. Not all doors, not bedroom doors or bathroom doors or the front door of a diner. The kind that locked from the outside. Walk-in coolers, storage rooms, maintenance sheds, shipping containers. Anywhere a person could be shut in by mistake or by someone who thought it was funny. When I was 13, my cousins locked me in my uncle's old grain bin during a 4th of July party in Meadville. They forgot, or said they forgot. It was only 40 minutes, maybe less, but the metal walls heated up in the sun, and the air got dusty, and every time I yelled, my voice came back smaller. Since then, some part of my body had kept a list. Latches, bolts, hinges, distance to the exit. The zoo was full of cages, so maybe I should have known better. But fear doesn't always push you away from things. Sometimes it makes you take jobs where you can prove fear doesn't own you. A golf cart buzzed into the service yard, tires hissing over wet leaves. The driver braked too hard, and a cardboard tray of coffees tipped against the windshield. Damn it, hold on. Evan Price, 24, male from Erie, Pennsylvania, climbed out with the anxious energy of somebody permanently 5 minutes late. He was tall, skinny, and wore a knit cap even though it wasn't that cold. His zoo hoodie was too big for him, sleeves bunched around his wrists. A radio clipped to his belt kept slipping sideways whenever he moved. He rescued the coffees, set them on the cart roof, and gave me a quick smile. "You're Daniel, right, new guy?" "Yeah, Evan, maintenance mostly. Plumbing, fencing, electrical if it's low voltage and nobody's watching." He looked at Marta. "South Bear Gate is sticking again." Marta sighed through her nose. "Of course it is. And the camera over Cat Row is still glitching. Not off, just doing that thing." "What thing?" I asked. Evan made a face. "You'll see." Marta shot him a look. He noticed and immediately got busy with the coffees. "I mean, old wiring, moisture, raccoons chewing stuff. Normal glamorous zoo work." "Don't teach him bad habits on his first day," Marta said. "I learned from the best." "You learned from YouTube and panic. Both valid." It was the first moment that felt ordinary. Evan handed me a coffee without asking how I took it. Black, burnt, perfect. Marta drank hers like medicine and checked the chart again, pen tapping against one box. The park started to wake in pieces. A crow clicked on the roof gutter. The bears huffed somewhere up the hill, heavy and bored. Water ran through old pipes with little knocks behind the commissary wall. The air had a late October bite, cold enough to make breath visible, but not cold enough to kill the smell of meat. Leaves lay pasted to the paths. Beyond the service yard, the public walkway curved past shuttered snack kiosks and empty benches painted forest green. You could still see what the place had been. You could also see what it was becoming. A zoo without people is a strange thing. The paths are too wide. The signs are too cheerful. Every railing and map and hand sanitizer station insists on a crowd that isn't there. It makes you feel like you showed up after a fire drill and missed the announcement that everyone else should stay gone. Marta gave me a pair of cut-resistant gloves and a ring of keys heavy enough to pull my belt down. "Don't lose these." "I won't. You will want to set them down. Don't clip them to yourself." Every time. I clipped them to my belt. She watched until she heard the snap. Then she pointed to the feed buckets lined against the wall. Each one had a strip of duct tape on the side with black marker codes. B1, Fox, GOATS, Our Room, and 4 others. C6, C9, OB, CR3. The letters looked harmless until I noticed they were the only buckets with lids strapped down by bungee cords. I told myself it was because of smell, because of flies, because Earl would eat things that made him sick. Marta carried C6 herself. "You take Bear Ridge with Evan. I'll walk you through routine first." "What about the prep-only ones?" "Later." The way she said it made later sound like a location. Bear Ridge sat uphill, past the old concession stand, behind 2 layers of fencing and a locked keeper gate. The bears, Agnes and Tully, were both old enough to have gray around their muzzles. Marta talked to them in a low, practical voice while she showed me how to scatter feed through the chute, how to check water, how to count both bears before opening any interior access. She didn't romanticize them. She didn't act afraid either. Agnes limps on the left when it rains, she said. Tully will bluff charge if you turn your back. Don't turn your back. Evan fixed the sticky gate with a socket wrench and a lot of muttering. I held the flashlight for him even though it was daytime because the gate housing sat in shadow. Old place, he said quietly while Marta was recording weights on the chart. Everything S got a trick. Like cat row cameras. Paused with the wrench still on the bolt. That's less a trick and more a personality disorder. I laughed once. He didn't. Before I could ask more, a sharp metallic bang came from downhill. All three of us looked. Another bang followed. Then a rattling drag, like a chain being pulled through a pipe. Marta was already moving. Commissary, she said. We followed her down the service path, fast enough that my coffee sloshed through the lid and burned my fingers. The sound came again, louder now. Metal against metal. A wet thud underneath it. The old zoo seemed to hold the noise and pass it between buildings. At the commissary, the service yard was empty except for the feed buckets. One of them had tipped over. C9. The bungee cord was still hooked on one side, stretched tight over the lid. The bucket lay on its side, rocking gently, the way a dropped coin rocks before it goes still. A dark smear had leaked from under the rim and crept along a crack in the concrete. Evan stopped behind me. Marta walked to the bucket and crouched, careful not to put her fingers near the lid. She studied the smear, the bungee, the ground around it. Her face didn't change, but her shoulders set. Raccoon, I asked. No tracks, she said. There are always raccoons, Evan muttered, but he didn't sound convinced. Marta lifted the bucket upright. Something inside settled with a thick slap. She tightened the bungee until the plastic lid bowed. Then she looked at Evan. Check the back gate. Stared at her for half a second too long. Now, Evan went, one hand already on his radio. The back gate was beyond the dumpsters and the hay shed, where the service road cut through a line of spruce trees to a county maintenance lane. I could see it from where I stood, chain link padlocked, with privacy slats woven through so people couldn't peer in. Marta wiped her glove on a rag. Did an animal get loose? I asked. No, you answered too fast. That almost earned me a smile. Almost. Picked up C9 and set it beside the other prep-only buckets. Listen to me, Daniel. This place has procedures that seem stupid until you know why they exist. You don't need to understand them today. You need to follow them. I'm not great at that. I figured. It wasn't cruel. That made it worse. Evan's voice crackled over Marta's radio. Back gates latched, padlock S on. No tire tracks except ours and delivery. Marta pressed the button. Copy. Check south fence while you're there. B. She clipped the radio back to her belt and looked at me. Behind her, the commissary door stood open. Inside, the refrigerator hummed. The calendar page fluttered in the draft from the vent. The prep-only bucket sat in a line, damp and ordinary, and not ordinary at all. Do I ask what cat row 3 is? I said. You can ask. Will you answer? Not yet. I gave a small laugh, because that was what I did when I wanted to leave, but needed the paycheck. Marta didn't laugh with me. She picked up the clipboard and marked something in the margin beside C9. Not a check, not a note I could read, just a small black triangle. How many people work here? I asked. Today, 3. That seems low. It is. Who owns the place? Technically, Holloway Preservation Group. Practically, a lawyer in Albany and 2 brothers who don't return calls unless the state threatens fines. And they want empty cages fed. Her eyes lifted to mine. For a second, the morning seemed to narrow around the two of us. The smell of cold blood on concrete, the tick of water from the hose nozzle, Evan's distant footsteps on gravel, the old fiberglass giraffe staring at the gate with its one good ear. Yes, she said. From the radio came 3 bursts of static. Then Evan, quieter than before. Marta, she unclipped it. Go, there's a delivery at the south fence. We're not expecting delivery. I know. What kind? A pause. Meat. Marta closed her eyes for 1 second. Just one. When she opened them, she looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with age. Tell them to wait. They said they can't. Then make them. Another pause, longer this time. In it, I heard the park around us, crow feet scraping the gutter, the refrigerator buzzing through the open door, something dripping steadily inside the commissary sink. Evan came back on. They're already unloading. Marta swore under her breath, not loudly, not theatrically, like a person who had just seen a bill she knew she couldn't pay. She turned to me. You can stay here and finish normal feeds, or you can come with me and learn the part of the job nobody puts in the ad. My hand went to the keys clipped at my belt. I felt every tooth of every key through the fabric of my glove. The smart choice was obvious. Stay in the yard. Feed the bears, the goats, the fox with the bad eye. Let Marta and Evan handle whatever old zoo nonsense had existed before I signed a tax form. But then C9 shifted again. Not much, just enough to make the bungee creak. Marta heard it too. She didn't look at the bucket. Neither did I down by the south fence. A truck engine idled rough through the trees, and a lift gate began to beep as it lowered. Marta started walking. After a moment, I followed. The truck at the south fence had no logo on the side. That was the second thing that bothered me. The first was the smell. I knew meat smelled. By then, I had spent half a morning standing around buckets of thawed chicken necks and fish and bloody slurry, and I had already decided there were several kinds of stink. A person could learn to sort without wanting to. Sweet rot, freezer burn, wet feathers, the metallic smell of fresh blood, the sour note of something that had warmed too long. This was different. It came through the trees before the truck came fully into view. A dense, greasy odor that sat in the back of my throat and made every breath feel used. Marta walked faster. Do not touch anything unless I tell you, she said. I wasn't planning to start grabbing mystery meat. Good. Keep that instinct. The South Service gate sat at the far edge of the zoo, where the asphalt gave up and turned to patched gravel. A leaning chain link fence separated us from the county maintenance lane beyond, and on the other side of it was a refrigerated box truck backed crookedly toward the gate. Its lift gate was down. The engine idled rough enough to shake the cab mirrors. White vapor puffed from a loose seam near the refrigeration unit, vanishing in the cold morning air. Evan stood inside the fence with both hands up, palms out, like he was trying to stop traffic. "Guys," he called when he saw us. "They're not listening." Two men were unloading plastic-wrapped boxes from the truck and stacking them against the gate. Not gently. They moved with the impatient rhythm of people trying to finish before somebody official could tell them not to. One box hit the gravel and split along a taped seam. Dark liquid seeped out and ran between the stones. The older driver looked over the stack at Marta. "About time," he said. Ray Dell, 58, male from Ashtabula, Ohio, was broad through the belly and shoulders, with a red face, watery eyes, and a gray mustache stained yellow near the lip. He wore a delivery jacket with the name Ray stitched on one side, but no company patch. And he had the brittle cheer of a man who was already angry and waiting for permission to show it. Beside him, his helper kept moving boxes. Curtis Bell, 31, male from Cleveland, Ohio, had a shaved head, a narrow jaw, and blue latex gloves pulled tight over his wrists. He avoided looking at any of us for more than a second. When a box slipped in his hands, he caught it against his thigh and left a red smear on his work pants. Marta stopped 3 feet from the gate. "This isn't scheduled," she said. Ray laughed once, short and dry. "Lady, that is not my problem. It becomes your problem when you unload product onto private property without authorization. Your property ordered it. I've got paperwork. Show me." Ray slapped a clipboard against the fence hard enough to make the links jump. Evan flinched. I noticed because I did too. Marta didn't. She took the clipboard through the gap where the chain link had bowed away from the post. Her eyes moved down the page. Her face stayed still, but one small muscle near her jaw tightened. "What?" I asked. Didn't answer. Ray planted his hands on his hips. "We were supposed to be here at 6. Gate was locked. Nobody answered the number. Because there wasn't supposed to be a delivery," Marta said. "The invoice says otherwise. I need you to reload this." Curtis finally looked up. "Reload," Ray snorted. "Nope. The cold chain is broken," Marta said. "Those boxes are leaking." "They leak," Ray said. "It's meat. That product was not inspected on arrival. You have no authorization to leave it. Call whoever signed for it." Nobody signed for it. Ray tapped the clipboard through the fence. "Already did." Marta turned the page toward me for half a second. I saw a signature box. M. Klein. The handwriting didn't look like hers. I barely knew her handwriting, but I knew enough. The letters were too round, too slow. Marta's notes on the chart were sharp and compressed, like she was trying to save paper and time. "That's forged," she said. Ray gave a tired little shrug. "Take it up with your office." "We don't have an office." "Then take it up with your ghost office." "I don't care." The word ghost made Evan glance at me, then away. Nobody smiled. Marta shoved the clipboard back through the fence. "You leave that product here. I'm reporting it." Ray leaned close to the chain link. He smelled like coffee, cigarettes, and the same warmed fat leaking from the boxes. "You report whatever helps you sleep." My reefer unit's throwing an alarm. I've got 2 more stops, and I'm not hauling your spoiled exotic cat food back across state lines because some petting zoo can't answer a phone. "It's not cat food," Evan said under his breath. Marta looked at him. He shut up. That should have been the moment we all paused. But bad mornings don't pause. They stack. From somewhere behind us, back toward the center of the zoo, a siren began to chirp. Not a full alarm at first, just a clipped electronic peep. Peep, peep, peep. Evan turned his head. His face changed before the sound did. "Oh no," Marta said. "What alarm is that? Power monitor." The peeping became a continuous tone, thin, needling, ugly. The refrigeration unit on the truck rattled and coughed. But behind us, inside the zoo, something big shut off. I felt it more than heard it, a drop in the background hum I hadn't noticed until it vanished. The old place seemed to lose pressure. Then the radios crackled at the same time. Marta grabbed hers. "Status," Static answered. Evan was already backing away from the gate. "Main power's out. Generator." That was the generator alarm. Marta turned toward the park, then back to Ray. For the first time since I had met her, I saw her caught between two bad options. Ray lifted both hands. "That's your problem." "No," Marta said. "That's about to become everyone's problem." He didn't understand, or didn't want to. I did, at least a little. Reptiles needed heat. Freezers needed power. Cameras, gates, electric fencing, radios, alarms, everything that made an old zoo less dangerous depended on current moving through wires that raccoons, water, and time had probably been chewing for years. "How long do we have?" I asked. Evan swallowed. "For what?" "For the animals. The bears are fine. Fox is fine. Reptile room maybe an hour before temperatures dip too low, maybe less because the building leaks. Freezers start warming immediately. Cameras are out unless battery backup still works, which it won't because nothing here does what it says on the label." The alarm kept screaming from the direction of the keeper shed. Marta pointed at Evan. "Generator shed. Now, check fuel, breaker, transfer switch." I told Harold last week the starter solenoid was sticking. "I know." He said wait until November budget. "I know, Evan." That was the first crack in her voice. Not fear exactly. Anger with nowhere to go. Ray said, "We done here." Marta stepped toward the fence so fast he backed up. "You are going to stop unloading. You are going to keep that truck here with the unit running until I verify this shipment. If you leave it exposed and it attracts scavengers or contaminates my yard, I will have your license number, your name, and your face on camera." Evan made a faint sound. Marta didn't look at him. Ray did. His smile came slowly. "Camera S out, ain't it?" Nobody said anything. Truck engine knocked and rattled. Curtis looked at Ray. "Man, let's just put it back." Ray rounded on him. "You want to lift all this twice? I don't want trouble. We're already in trouble if the next stop refuses warm product." Ray turned back to Marta. "Gates locked. We unload outside. You deal with it." "This is a USDA regulated delivery," Marta said. "Then regulate it from your side." He grabbed another box from inside the truck. Marta swore again, sharper this time. She pulled her key ring-free and went to the padlock. My stomach tightened before I understood why. The gate opened inward. On our side, the latch assembly had a hasp that could take a padlock from either direction. I saw the design and immediately saw the problem. If someone shut it and locked it from outside, anyone inside this service spur would have to climb or cut through. My hand touched the keys on my belt. Marta noticed. "You okay?" "Yeah, you don't look okay." I'm fine. I hated how fast the lie came out. Evan had already jogged off toward the generator shed, his radio bouncing at his hip. Marta unlocked the gate, chains scraping against metal. The smell rolled in harder as the gap opened. Ray smirked. There we go. You are not bringing this in, Marta said. We are moving it into quarantine until I call the state vet. Ray's smirk faded. Quarantine means signed receipt. It means I document contamination risk. I need a signature. You forged mine. Use that one. Curtis made a small noise, almost a laugh, then hid it by coughing into his shoulder. Ray's face darkened. For a second, I thought he might swing at the fence or at Marta. Instead, he spat into the gravel. You people are nuts, he said. Marta ignored him. She handed me the padlock. Keep this. I stared at it in my gloved palm. Small thing, heavy body, steel shackle. The kind of object that could mean safety or the opposite depending on who held it. Daniel, got it. I clipped it to my belt beside the keys. We worked fast because the problem had become time. The mystery shipment had to be moved off the county lane before someone drove past, saw leaking meat stacked beside a shuttered zoo, and called the wrong authority with the wrong version of the story. The freezers had to stay shut. The reptile house had to be checked. The generator had to come back before temperatures dropped too far. Somewhere in the middle of that, the prep-only feed schedule still sat unfinished on a clipboard in the commissary. Marta made decisions like she was cutting rope. Curtis, you and Daniel move intact boxes only. If it's split, it stays outside on a tarp. Ray, you keep your truck running. Evan is working power. Nobody smokes. Nobody opens anything. Nobody goes past the commissary without me, Ray said. I don't work for you. No, Marta said. You work near me, which is worse today. Curtis looked at me over the first box. You knew, first day, bad luck, starting to pick that up. The box was colder than I expected and heavier than it looked. Condensation slicked the plastic wrap. Something inside shifted in loose pieces when we lifted. Not chicken necks, not fish. Heavier, denser cuts. We carried it through the open gate and set it on the concrete quarantine pad beside the hay shed. The pad had a drain in the center and yellow paint around the edge, most of it worn away. Marta watched us place it, then marked the box number on her clipboard. What is it? I asked. Don't know yet. You know what it's supposed to be, she hesitated. That scared me more than if she had snapped at me. Red meat trim, she said, bone in, large carnivore feed. But you said, I know what I said. No large carnivores, no cats, no wolves, no anything that needed boxes and boxes of red meat. Behind the hay shed, the generator tried to turn over. Whump, whump, whump. It failed again. Whump, whump, whump. A metallic clack followed, then Evan shouted something I couldn't make out. Marta keyed her radio. Talk to me. Evan's voice came back breathless. Battery has charge. Fuel's low, but not empty. Starters engaging, then dropping. I can jump the solenoid manually, but I need somebody at the transfer panel in the commissary when it catches. Can you do that safely? A pause. Define safely. Evan, I can do it without dying immediately. Marta looked at me. Of course she did. The transfer panel's inside, I asked. Back room of the commissary, a back room, with a door. My mouth dried so suddenly my tongue stuck to the roof of it. Marta's expression softened by 1 degree, which somehow made it worse. You said you were fine with keys. I am. I didn't ask that. Ray dragged another box to the lift gate and let it drop. Jesus, are we unloading or having therapy? Marta turned on him. Shut your mouth. The words hit with enough force that even Ray blinked. Curtis kept his eyes down and carried the next box. I forced myself to move. 1 foot, then the next. People do brave things for noble reasons in stories. In real life, sometimes you do them because a man like Ray is watching, and you would rather choke on fear than hand him the pleasure of seeing it. The commissary was dimmer without power. The open door let in gray light, but the corners had thickened. The big refrigerator was silent now, its metal body ticking as it warmed. The smell inside the room had changed from cold meat and bleach to something more intimate, like a butcher's shop after closing. Marta led me to a narrow door behind the prep table. Panels in there. Switch is labeled main transfer. When Evan says generator is stable, flip from line to gen. Firm motion. Don't stop halfway. Why would I stop halfway? People do strange things when sparks happen. Great. She opened the door. The back room was barely bigger than a pantry. Shelves crowded both walls, stacked with old filters, hose nozzles, extension cords, cracked water bowls, bags of mineral salt, and mouse-chewed paperwork. The transfer panel hung on the far wall beneath a dead fluorescent light. A red emergency lantern sat on a shelf, its battery indicator glowing weakly. No windows, 1 door. I stood at the threshold and felt 13 again. Hot metal dust, my fists against corrugated wall, distant fireworks popping while everyone laughed somewhere I couldn't reach. Daniel, Marta said quietly. I know. You don't have to explain it. That nearly broke me. I stepped inside before it could. The air was stale and warmer than the commissary. I kept one hand on the doorframe. With the other, I found the lantern and turned it on. Weak red light washed over the shelves, making every dangling cord look like something waiting to brush my face. Marta stayed in the doorway. You're not closing that, I said. No, I mean it. I heard you. The radio crackled. Evan, trying again. The generator coughed. Whump, whump, whump. This time it caught with a roar that rose too fast, rattling the shelves around me. The panel buzzed. A needle jumped. Somewhere overhead, something sparked with a white snap. I jerked back and hit a shelf with my shoulder. A plastic tub fell, scattering zip ties across the floor like black insects. Marta held the door open with 1 boot. Stable. Evan shouted through the radio. Not stable, but stable enough. Transfer. I grabbed the switch. It resisted. Of course it resisted. The handle was old Bakelite, greasy from years of hands. I pulled down. Nothing. I put my weight into it and felt pain flare in my palm where the glove pinched. Marta, firm motion. I'm trying. Outside, Ray shouted. Hey, your damn birds are loose. Marta turned her head. That tiny motion pulled my attention too. And the door moved. Not much. The vibration from the generator, maybe. A draft from the open commissary door. Marta's boot shifting without meaning to. Door swung inward 3 inches, enough to narrow the strip of gray light. I panicked. Not loudly, not with screaming. My body simply decided the room was a trap, and my brain was late getting the memo. I let go of the switch and shoved backward, knocking the shelf harder. Something heavy fell behind me and struck the floor with a wet plastic crack. The emergency lantern went out. Darkness folded over the room. I heard my own breathing, too fast and too loud, bouncing back from the close walls. Daniel. Marta's voice came from the doorway. Doors open. I'm here. I can't. You can. Look at my boot. I couldn't see her boot. Then the generator surged, and the panel gave off a faint orange glow from one indicator bulb. It lit the lower edge of the doorway. Marta's boot was there, exactly where she said. Outside, Ray yelled again. Metal clanged. Curtis cursed. Marta did not move. Hand on the switch, she said. I dropped the light. You don't need the light. The generator pitch wavered. Evan over radio. Now would be great. I found the switch by touch. My fingers slid over the raised letters. Line. Off, Jen. I thought about the reptiles in the cooling building, the freezers, the old bears behind their gates, the boxes leaking by the south fence. I thought about Ray's face if I came out without doing it. Then I pulled. The switch slammed down. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then the commissary lights flickered on, off, on again. The refrigerator compressor kicked with an ugly grinding sound. Somewhere outside, an alarm stopped mid-scream. I stumbled out of the back room so fast I nearly fell. Marta caught my sleeve, not my arm, like she knew better than to grab me. Good, she said. I wanted to tell her not to say it like that. Like I was a dog that had sat on command. Like I had done something impressive instead of barely not falling apart. But then Ray shouted, Marta. This time there was fear in it. We ran out. The south gate stood open. One of the meat boxes had split completely on the gravel outside, spilling dark red chunks and fragments of pale bone onto the ground. 2 crows hopped near it, bold and glossy, stabbing at the scraps. That wasn't what Ray had meant by birds. Past the gate, inside the zoo, the old aviary door was moving. Aviary sat beyond the quarantine pad, half hidden by overgrown shrubs and a faded sign that still showed parrots in impossible colors. Exhibit had been empty for years, according to the map posted near the entrance. Netting sagged over the top. The visitor side was boarded shut, but the keeper door at the rear was open 6 inches. It moved in little pulses. In, out, like something on the other side was breathing through the gap. Evan came running from the generator shed with a wrench in one hand and grease on his cheek. That door was locked. Marta looked at him. You're sure? I checked it last week. Last week isn't today. I checked it because the camera kept catching movement. Nobody spoke after that. The generator chugged behind us, uneven but running. The truck idled outside the fence. Crows pecked at spilled meat. The big refrigerator hummed. The zoo had power again, but it didn't feel restored. It felt awake in the wrong places. Marta pulled her keys. Daniel with me. Evan, keep Ray and Curtis at the gate. Ray said, no chance. I'm leaving. You leave before this is secured, Marta said. And I report the forged signature, the dumping, the broken cold chain, and the exposed animal product. Ray's fear hardened back into anger. You can't hold me here. No, she said, but that open gate can. We all looked. The south service gate, the one we had opened to move the shipment inside, had swung wider during the commotion. The padlock was still clipped to my belt. The chain was on the ground. And beyond the gate, one of the truck's rear tires was flat. Not low, flat. The side wall had a clean, fresh gash in it. Curtis stared at it, both hands hanging loose at his sides. That wasn't like that. Ray walked toward the tire, then stopped when his boot hit something in the gravel. A piece of metal, curved, rusty, sharpened at one end. Not a nail, not road debris. It looked like part of an old cage latch, snapped off and placed upright in the tire track. Evan whispered, "Who put that there?" Marta didn't answer. She was looking past all of us toward Aviary B, where the rear door gave one more slow inward pull. Then it opened another inch. The choice from earlier was gone now. There was no staying in the yard, no sticking to normal feeds, no pretending empty cages were just weird paperwork. The power had failed. The delivery was trapped. The gate was open. And one of the empty enclosures wasn't shut anymore. Marta handed me the flashlight. "Stay close," she said. The first mistake was assuming an open door meant something had gone through it. Marta moved like it did. She kept low, flashlight angled toward the gravel instead of straight ahead, and she made the rest of us stay behind the yellow line painted around the quarantine pad. Evan held his wrench in both hands, ridiculous and ready. I had the flashlight she'd given me, plus the padlock and keys dragging at my belt, their weight suddenly obvious against my hip. Ray stood near the truck's flat tire, one hand pressed against the cab door like he might climb in and drive away on the rim if anger could make rubber inflate. Curtis watched the rear door of Aviary be breathe in its frame. "That's wind," Ray said. No one answered. The wind, for the record, was coming from the west. I could feel it pushing cold through the service road behind us, carrying the smell of diesel and spilled meat toward the center of the zoo. Aviary B's keeper door faced east, tucked in a narrow work lane between the aviary and the old hoofstock barn. The wind should have been pushing it shut. It opened another inch. Evan whispered, "Nope." Marta lifted one hand without looking back. "Stop." We stopped. From where we stood, the zoo's back service area made a rough T shape. Behind us was the south gate and the disabled truck. Straight ahead, the gravel lane past the quarantine pad, then split left toward the commissary and Bear Ridge, and right toward the older exhibits, Aviary B, Cat Row, and the long concrete corridor of empty cages that had once held smaller carnivores. The public paths ran beyond those buildings, looping back toward the front entrance and the fiberglass giraffe. If something or someone wanted to hide, there were too many places. Marta said, "Evan, call Chautauqua County Dispatch. Non-emergency first. Tell them we have trespass, property damage, possible contaminated animal product, and a disabled commercial vehicle blocking service access." Ray barked a laugh. "Trespass? You haven't seen anybody. We've seen enough." Evan fished out his phone. His expression fell before he even unlocked it. "No service." Marta's head turned slightly. "Try by the gate. I had one bar 10 minutes ago. Try." He jogged back toward the south fence, lifting his phone in the air as if signal could be caught like dust. That was our first attempt. Call someone whose job was bigger than ours. It failed in under a minute. Evan climbed onto the truck's running board and held his phone up near the cab roof. Curtis did the same with his own, walking in slow circles by the county lane. Ray tried too, though he made a show of not caring. None of them got through. The phones showed either no bars or one flickering bar that died as soon as a call started. Cell towers down, I asked. Or the hill blocks it, Marta said. Or the weather or cheap phones. Pick your favorite. That seems convenient. Most bad things are, she unclipped her radio. Bass, Marta, static. Evan, static. Then a clipped burst of his voice. Nothing, I can't, the radio cut. Marta stared at it for half a second, then clipped it back on. We have a landline in the office, she said. Front office, ticket building, past the plaza. I looked that way. From the service yard, the front office was on the far side of the zoo, maybe a quarter mile if you followed the public path, less if you cut through staff gates. Between us and it were Aviary B, Cat Row, the reptile house, the concession stand, and a lot of blind corners. Ray pointed at his truck. I've got a radio in the cab. CB, Marta asked. Company channel. Use it. He opened the cab door and climbed in. The truck rocked on its ruined tire. We all listened while he clicked buttons and muttered. A burst of harsh static came from inside, followed by a thin voice too broken to understand. Dispatch, this is Dell en route. Static swallowed him. He tried again. Nothing. Then the refrigerated unit over the truck box gave a long, strained whine and shut off. Curtis said, Ray, I hear it. That product's going to warm. I said I hear it. The stink thickened almost immediately. Or maybe I just noticed it more without the mechanical noise. Marta's eyes moved from the dead reefer unit to the leaking boxes, to the open Aviary B door. Daniel, she said, come with me. We check Aviary B from outside only. We secure the door if we can. Then we move everyone to the office and call from the landline. What about the truck? Ray said. You and Curtis stay by the gate. No chance. I'm not staying beside spoiled meat with some zoo freak creeping around. Then stand inside the fence and keep your eyes open. Ray looked toward Aviary B and tried to pretend he had not. The second mistake was assuming Ray would listen. Marta and I moved first. Evan returned from the gate, pale and sweating despite the cold, and fell in behind us. The generator noise followed from the shed in a rough, uneven rhythm. Every few seconds it dipped, and every light visible in the service buildings dimmed with it. We passed the hay shed on the left and the quarantine pad on the right. The split meat box lay outside the gate behind us, covered badly with a tarp Curtis had thrown over it. Crows hopped around the edges, dragging out strings of tissue whenever they could. Their beaks made little tapping sounds on the gravel. Aviary B had been built like a long half-cylinder metal ribs holding up sagging mesh, with a service hallway along the back. The public side faced a cracked walkway and a faded sign that read South American Walk Through Aviary, though there were no birds, no walk through, and no South America left except the painted silhouettes of macaws peeling from plywood. The rear keeper door was steel, painted green once and rust now. It hung open maybe 8 inches. A chain dangled from the latch. Marta crouched by the threshold without touching the door. "Chain's cut," she said. Evan leaned in. "That wasn't cut with bolt cutters." "How do you know?" "Because bolt cutters pinch. This is sawed." He pointed with the wrench. I saw bright metal where the chain had been severed, clean and narrow, the edges marked with fine teeth. A hand saw, maybe, or a hacksaw. A person, then. A person had cut into an empty enclosure. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Marta slipped on a nitrile glove from her pocket and pushed the door with 2 fingers. It creaked inward. The sound went through the aviary like a wire being tightened. Inside, it smelled of wet leaves, old droppings, and standing water. Mesh shadows striped the concrete. The aviary was not empty in the way a room is empty. It was cluttered with dead branches, hanging ropes, plastic feeders, cracked water basins, and artificial rock ledges. Plenty of places for a person to crouch. Plenty of places for an animal to disappear. Marta did not step inside. "Zoo security," she called. "If anyone is in there, identify yourself." Nothing. Then, from deep inside, a flutter exploded upward. I swung the flashlight so hard the beam jumped across the walls. Something black shot through the enclosure, slammed into the mesh overhead, dropped to a branch, and screamed. Evan yelped and stumbled back into me. Ray, who had not stayed by the gate, shouted, "What the hell was that?" Marta lowered her shoulders. "Peacock," I stared. Sure enough, the thing on the branch was a peacock, ragged and furious, its tail half grown and filthy, head bobbing as it made a noise like a child being startled awake. "That's Earl's neighbor," Evan said, breathing hard. "One of the feral ones from the old petting yard. They get in everywhere." The misdirection should have been funny. Maybe later it would be. At the time, my ribs hurt from the jump, and Evan was rubbing his wrist where he had slammed it into the doorframe. "Explainable," I said. Marta glanced at me. "Most things are." She reached for the keeper door. Something clinked under her boot. She stopped and looked down. A key lay in the mud beside the threshold. Not one of mine. Not one of hers either. This key had a red plastic tag cracked around the ring, with faded handwriting under a smear of dirt. C9. Evan saw it and went quiet. Marta picked it up with the gloved hand. "This shouldn't be here." "What does it open?" I asked. "Cage 9. Ray stepped closer. "So somebody dropped a key. Great. Lock the birdhouse and let's leave." Marta held the key up. "Cage 9 is on the other side of Cat Row." Ray spread his arms. "I don't know what Cat Row is. You keep walking after I tell you not to, you'll learn." That was when we heard Curtis scream. Not a long horror movie scream. A short, cracked yell of surprise and pain. It came from the south gate. All of us ran. Marta was fast for someone in rubber boots. Evan beat me by 3 steps, wrench swinging. My lungs burned by the time we hit the quarantine pad. The smell of meat and diesel slapped hard at the back of my throat. Curtis was on the ground beside the truck, clutching his forearm. Ray reached him first and grabbed his shoulder. What happened? Curtis's face had gone gray. Something cut me. Blood ran between his fingers and spotted the gravel. Marta dropped to one knee. "Show me." He pulled his hand away, and for a second I thought the injury was worse than it was because there was so much blood. Then Marta pressed a clean rag against it, and the shape made sense. A long slice across the outside of his forearm, deep but not spurting. Bad enough to need stitches, not bad enough to kill him right there. Evan pointed to the side of the truck. There was a strip of sharpened metal wired to the lower edge of the cargo door, hidden where someone unloading would brush against it. Ray went still. "That wasn't there," he said. Curtis sucked air through his teeth. "I told you something caught my glove earlier. You didn't tell me that." "I did. You said the box caught." "I said something caught." Marta's mouth tightened. "This is a trap." Ray stood up too fast. No, this is you people." Marta looked at him. "Use your head. You open cages for empty animals. You've got mystery keys in the mud. My truck gets disabled. My guy gets cut. And I'm supposed to think what? Some random guy snuck in with a toolbox." "Yes," she said. "That is exactly what you should think, because random guys with toolboxes hurt people all the time." It was the most frightening thing anyone had said so far because it was completely true. Curtis groaned. Evan knelt beside him and wrapped the rag tighter, his hands shaking but useful. "We need the office phone," Marta said. "Now, Curtis needs urgent care, not eventually. Evan, can he walk?" Curtis nodded before Evan could answer. "I can walk," Ray said. "We're driving." "On a flat tire?" Marta asked. "I'll limp it." The service road has one lane, a ditch on both sides, and you'll tear the rim off before the county lane. "I'm not walking through this place. You can stay here with the traps and leaking meat." Ray looked toward the truck, then the open gate, then the long service lane into the zoo. For once, he chose correctly. We moved as a group. That was our second attempt. Abandon the compromised south gate and reach the landline at the front office. It only half worked. Marta led, keys in one hand and flashlight in the other. I walked behind her with Curtis, keeping pressure on his bandage whenever Evan needed to adjust the wrap. Ray followed too close behind us, muttering about lawsuits, spoiled product, and cops. Evan brought up the rear, turning every few seconds to check behind us. The route from the south gate to the office should have been simple. North along the service lane, left at the Reptile House, past the concession stand, across the empty main plaza to the ticket building. I kept repeating it in my head like directions could become protection. South gate behind us. Aviary B to the right. Cat row ahead right. Reptile House left. Concession stand. Plaza. Office. The zoo felt larger without visitors. Our footsteps made too much noise. Curtis's breathing had a wet hitch to it. The generator's thrum faded behind us until it blended with the wind in the trees. Somewhere above, crows followed from branch to branch, complaining. We had almost reached Cat Row when Evan said, "Stop." Everyone stopped so fast Ray bumped into me. Cat Row sat on the east side of the service lane, a long, low building of concrete dens and outdoor runs. The old sign on the public path showed cougars, bobcats, and a leopard that had probably died before I was old enough to vote. Now the runs were empty, their mesh patched and repatched. Leaves gathered in the corners. Feeding chutes hung locked against the walls. At the far end, a red camera light blinked. On, off, on. That shouldn't have power if the system's down, Evan said. Backup battery, Marta said. You told me the backup never works. I said usually. The camera moved. Not a lot. Just a small motorized turn from left to right, tracking us. Evan whispered, "That's the glitch." Ray said, "A camera moving is your big scary thing." Evan swallowed. "It's not on our network." Marta's face shifted. "What does that mean?" I asked. "It means I replaced that unit with a dead dummy housing last spring," Evan said. "No motor, no battery, no feed. The real camera S in the office because we never got approval to install it." The red light blinked again. On, off. Marta started walking toward it. Ray grabbed her sleeve. "Are you insane?" She looked at his hand until he let go. "We need to know if someone can see us," she said. "No," Ray snapped. "We need to get to the phone." "She's right," Evan said, though he sounded miserable saying it. "If someone's monitoring us, the office might not be safe." Curtis leaned against the fence, sweating. "Please decide faster." That settled it. Marta pointed. "Daniel, take Curtis to the concession stand. It's 50 yards ahead on the left. There's a bench under the awning. Keep pressure on the wound." "Ray, go with them." Ray laughed. "I'm not taking orders from, then help your employee." That landed. Ray went red, then turned away. I took Curtis's good arm and got him moving. The concession stand sat where Marta said it would, a squat building with a faded menu board still advertising lemonade, nachos, and Dippin' Dots. The metal shutter was pulled down over the serving window. Under the awning, leaves had collected against 2 green benches. Curtis sat hard and bent forward, eyes closed. "You're okay," I said, because people say that when they don't know. "I don't feel okay." "Fair." Ray paced in front of the shutter. "This is unbelievable." Curtis opened one eye. "Ray." "Shut up." Ray did, which told me Curtis's wound scared him more than he wanted to admit. Behind us, Marta and Evan approached the fake camera. Evan used his wrench to tap the housing. Nothing happened. Marta reached up, grabbed the side, and twisted. The whole unit came loose in her hand. Something black and rectangular was strapped inside the dummy shell. Not zoo equipment. Smaller, newer. Evan said, "Trail cam." Marta pulled it free and turned it over. "Cellular trail cam." "No service," I said from the concession stand. Evan looked up. "Some models store locally. Some try to upload whenever they catch signal." Ray's voice dropped. "Upload to who?" Marta removed the memory card and put it in her pocket. That was the 3rd attempt, I guess. Figure out who was watching. It gave us one answer and opened 10 more. The camera had been placed inside a dead housing. Someone knew the zoo's layout. Someone knew what looked normal enough not to question. Someone had watched Cat Row long enough to want movement recorded there. Then the concession shutter behind Curtis rattled. Hard. Curtis lurched up with a cry. Ray grabbed him. I spun, flashlight raised. The shutter rattled again from inside. Metal clattered. Something banged against the counter. Marta ran back, trail cam in one hand. I backed away from the concession stand, dragging Curtis with me, heart punching at my ribs. "Someone S in there," Ray said. Marta unlocked the side service door, and every part of me wanted to shout not to open it. But she did. She opened it fast and stepped aside. A raccoon shot out between her boots with a torn bag of nacho chips in its mouth. Ray yelled and stumbled into the bench. Curtis made a sound that was halfway pain and halfway laughter. The raccoon vanished under the old cotton candy cart, dragging foil behind it. Evan bent over, hands on knees. I hate this place. For about 3 seconds, we all breathed. Then the generator died. No sputter, no warning, just the sudden absence of it. The concession stand light clicked off. The red indicator on the fake camera went dark in Marta's hand. Far behind us, from the direction of the reptile house, an alarm began to pulse again. Lower this time, slower. Evan straightened. That's not generator failure, he said. Marta looked at him. What is it? Transfer kicked out. Meaning somebody shut it off at the panel. I felt the commissary back room around me before I saw it in my mind. The shelves, the dead lantern, the switch under my hand. That's impossible, I said. We were all here. Evan looked down the lane toward the commissary. Not all of us. A sound came from Cat Row. A feeding chute slammed shut. Then another. Then another. All down the line, metal flaps banged against concrete dens in a staggered rhythm, too deliberate for wind. Bang, 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 bang. Each one closer to the service lane. Curtis whispered, "What is doing that?" Marta had gone pale, but her voice stayed flat. "Move, office, now." We didn't argue. We left the concession stand and hurried into the main plaza. The public face of the zoo opened around us. Empty ticket ropes, a map board clouded with moisture under plastic benches, trash cans. The gift shop windows covered from inside with brown paper. The fiberglass giraffe stood by the entrance, one ear missing, watching the front gate. The office was attached to the ticket booth, a little brick building with barred windows and a staff door on the side. Marta's keys jingled as she found the right one. Her hands shook once. She stopped them by pressing the key ring against the doorframe. Inside, it smelled like old carpet, mouse droppings, and damp paper. Marta hit the light switch out of habit. Nothing. Evan pushed past us to the desk phone. He lifted the receiver, listened, pressed the cradle, listened again. No tone. Marta took it from him. Tried, her jaw clenched. Ray said, "You have got to be kidding me." Evan crouched by the wall jack and tugged the cord. "Line's cut or box is dead." "Where's the junction?" Marta asked. "Exterior wall, behind the ticket booth. Can you fix it? If it's just pulled, maybe. If it's cut, no." Curtis sank into a chair, breathing through his mouth. His bandage had soaked through. Blood dotted the floor between his boots. Marta pointed to a filing cabinet. "First aid kit, top drawer." I found it, hands clumsy, and tossed it to Evan. My throat felt scraped raw from the meat smell, the cold air, and breathing too hard for too long. Marta went to the window facing the plaza and lifted one slat of the blind. "What do you see?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. Then she said, "South Gate. That's impossible from here. Not the gate itself." She stepped aside so I could look. Across the plaza, past the map board and the giraffe, the public entrance gates were chained shut. Beyond them was the empty parking lot, and farther still, the county road. A strip of service lane was visible through the trees to the south. Smoke or vapor drifted above the line of spruce. At first, I thought it was from the truck's failed refrigeration unit. Then an orange flash pulsed through the branches. Once, twice, not headlights, fire. Ray saw it over my shoulder. My truck. No one moved for one beat. Then all of us moved at once. Marta blocked the office door. Stop, my truck is on fire. Or the spilled meat is. Or the tarp. Or somebody wants us running back there. Ray shoved toward her. Move, she shoved back harder. Curtis can't run, the phone is dead, the power is cut, we are not splitting up again. Outside, a dull pop carried through the zoo. Not an explosion, a tire maybe, or a box bursting under heat. Ray's face twisted. That's my livelihood. Marta's voice softened and sharpened at the same time. If someone said it, they want you outside. Another bang sounded from somewhere closer. Not south. Behind the office, Evan froze with gauze in one hand. The staff door handle turned, slowly, once to the left, once to the right. The deadbolt held, the handle stopped. A knock came next. 3 careful taps. Ray whispered, "Police." Marta raised one finger to her lips. We listened. Outside, just beyond the door, someone breathed through their nose, close enough that I could hear the wet catch of it. Then a voice said, "Marta." It was thin through the door. Male. Older maybe. Evan's face changed. "Harold." Marta didn't move. The voice came again. "Marta, open up. I got locked in." Harold Voss, 63, male from Jamestown, New York, had not appeared that morning, but I knew the name from Evan's complaint about the generator budget. Site manager, the man who said wait until November. Marta stared at the door like it had insulted her. "Marta," I whispered, "is that him?" She took the trail cam memory card from her pocket and held it between 2 fingers. "Harold S. in Florida," she said. "He left yesterday for his daughter's wedding." The voice outside said, "Please, it's cold." Curtis started to cry then, quietly, like he was embarrassed. The handle turned again. This time, something metal scraped around the lock. Evan stepped back. Marta grabbed my key ring. "Back room," she said. "No, Daniel, no." The office had a rear storage room, narrower than the commissary pantry, with one small window painted shut and shelves of old brochures. I had seen it when I grabbed the first aid kit. My body knew exactly what it was. A box, a trap, a place to be found. Marta held my eyes, not to hide. There's an interior hatch to the ticket booth. From there, we can reach the front gate release. And then what? We get to the parking lot. The scraping at the lock grew louder. Ray whispered, "Someone's picking it." Marta shoved the keys into my hand. "You have the padlock from the south gate. You have the front gate key. You are the only one with both." That was when I understood the point of no return had already happened behind us. The south service gate was open. The truck was burning or being burned. The phone was dead. The power was cut. And someone outside the office was using Harold's voice. The lock gave a small metallic click. Marta threw her shoulder against the door just as it jumped inward half an inch. "Move," she shouted. Evan hauled Curtis up. Ray grabbed the first aid kit. I took one step toward the storage room and stopped at the threshold, looking into the dark. Behind me, the staff door slammed again. Wood cracked around the deadbolt. I went in. Marta followed last and pulled the storage room door shut behind us, not locking it, just closing out the office as the staff door finally burst open. In the dark storage room, 5 of us stood shoulder to shoulder among boxes of old zoo maps, breathing each other's fear. And from the office, a stranger spoke in Harold's voice. "Too late," he said. The storage room smelled like wet cardboard, mouse droppings, and old ink. For a few seconds, that was all I could process. Not the stranger in the office. Not Curtis bleeding through the gauze. Not Marta's shoulder pressed against mine, or Evan breathing too fast through his nose. That damp paper smell and the cramped dark, and the knowledge that the only door behind us opened into a room where somebody had just broken in using another man's voice. Ray whispered, "What do we do?" No one answered him. In the office, the stranger moved slowly. Not sneaking. That was worse. Sneaking would have meant he was afraid of us hearing him. This was casual. A drawer opened. Papers shifted. Something small and plastic clicked against the desk. Then the voice came again, no longer Harold's. Curtis got cut pretty good. Curtis made a small sound and clamped his good hand over his mouth. Marta leaned close to my ear. Ticket hatch, left wall, waist height. I turned my head and saw nothing but dark. Evan must have understood faster than I did, because he reached past me and started feeling along the wall. His fingers scraped cardboard, then painted wood, then a metal latch. The stranger in the office said, "You'll want pressure on that. Not too tight. Don't want to lose the hand." Ray started shaking. I could feel it through the floorboards. Marta whispered, "Ray, look at me. I can't see you. Then listen. If you panic, he wins. He already won." "No, he got us in a room. That's not the same thing." The latch squealed. Every one of us froze. The office went quiet. Evan's hand stayed on the hatch. A chair creaked outside. Footsteps crossed the office carpet toward the storage room door. Slow. Patient. A shadow cut the thin line of light under the door. I held my breath until my chest hurt. The knob turned. Marta put one hand against the door, not pushing yet, just ready. Her other hand held the flashlight like a club. Evan's fingers were still on the hatch. Curtis trembled beside the shelving, blood dripping softly onto the floor. Ray was behind him, one palm over his own mouth now. The knob turned back. The stranger tapped once on the door. "Daniel," he said. My name in his mouth did something ugly to me. Not supernatural. Nothing like that. Just the practical horror of being known by a person you had never met. "You shouldn't have taken the keys," he said. Marta's eyes found mine in the dark. The hatch latch gave one more tiny squeak as Evan eased it up. The stranger kicked the storage room door. Marta slammed her shoulder into it from our side. Wood cracked. Boxes jumped on the shelves. Curtis cried out. "Move," Marta hissed. Evan shoved the hatch open into the ticket booth. Cold air rushed in through the little space, smelling of dust and old coins. He went first, folding himself through the square opening. Then Curtis, which was awful. Ray and I lifted him under the arms while Evan pulled from the other side. Curtis bit down on the sleeve of his jacket to keep from yelling when his injured arm bumped the frame. The door behind us bucked again. Marta grunted. "Go, Daniel, after you. Don't be stupid." The door split near the lock. I went through the hatch. It dropped me behind the ticket counter, knees banging on the old rubber mat. The booth was cramped, but not sealed. There were barred windows facing the entrance plaza, a low counter, a dead cash drawer, and the manual release wheel for the front gate mounted under a dusty panel. Evan was already at it. "It's chained outside," he said. "What? The gate? The release only opens the rolling arm." Somebody put a chain through the public gate. Ray shoved in behind me, nearly falling. Then we break a window. Barred, Evan snapped. Marta came through last. A hand grabbed her boot from the storage room side. She kicked backward hard. The stranger cursed, his own voice this time, deep and rough. Marta dropped through the hatch, landed badly, and hit the side of her face on the ticket counter. The sound was small and sickening. She stayed on one knee for half a second too long. "Marta," I said, "I'm fine." She wasn't. Blood ran from her eyebrow into the corner of her eye. The stranger started climbing through the hatch. We saw him in pieces first. Gloved hands, a gray sleeve, the brim of a baseball cap, then a face mostly hidden behind a disposable painter's mask. He was a lean man, maybe 40s, maybe older, with pale eyes and a healed scar pulling one cheek tight. In one hand, he had a pry bar. Not big enough. Evan swung the wrench. It hit the hatch frame instead of the man's hand, ringing loud enough to make my ears sting. The stranger jerked back, and Marta slammed the hatch shut on his forearm. Ray moved then, not bravely exactly, but violently. He grabbed the dead cash drawer from under the counter and rammed it against the hatch. Evan added his shoulder. The stranger pulled free. The hatch shut. Marta slid the ticket stool under the latch. "Won't hold," Evan said. "Nothing holds here," Marta said. Outside the ticket window, the entrance plaza sat gray and empty. The fiberglass giraffe leaned beside the gate, one-eared and stupidly cheerful. Beyond it, the parking lot was right there. My truck was visible near the far edge, blue and ordinary and impossible. Ray grabbed the bars and shook them. "Help, somebody." His voice went nowhere. The road beyond the lot was empty. Marta wiped blood from her eye with her sleeve. "Front gate chain. We need bolt cutters." "Where?" I asked. "Maintenance cart. South gate, concession stand." Evan shook his head. "No, I left the small cutters in the cart by Cat Row yesterday." "Of course. Cat Row. Cage 9, feeding chutes. Hidden camera. Everything pulled there." The hatch behind us jumped. Once, the stool scraped. Marta looked at me. "We can't stay." Curtis sagged against the wall. His lips were pale. "I can't run." "You don't have to," Marta said. "You and Ray stay behind the counter. If he gets through, throw everything at him and get through the front window bars as far as you can. Make noise." Ray stared at her. "You're leaving us. I'm getting the cutters." With him, Ray looked at me like I was equipment Marta had chosen badly. Marta's jaw tightened. With Daniel and Evan, the hatch jumped again. The stool tipped but caught. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say I had done enough. I had gone into the back room, flipped the switch, crawled through the hatch, and had my name spoken by a stranger wearing another man's voice. That should have been enough for one first day. But the front gate chain was outside. The cutters were at Cat Row. The man with the pry bar was inside the office. There was no route that didn't go through fear. Marta unlocked the ticket booth side door, the one facing the plaza instead of the office. It opened outward with a scrape. No one waited there. We ran, not graceful, not cinematic. Marta stumbled twice because blood kept getting into her eye. Evan clutched the wrench and gasped from the cold. I carried the flashlight and the key ring, keys slapping against my thigh. Behind us, Ray started shouting again, louder this time, words turning into hoarse noise. The plaza gave way to the main path. We passed the gift shop, then the concession stand. The raccoon's torn chip bag lay under the bench, silver inside, catching dull light. The alarm from the reptile house pulsed somewhere to our left, slower now, as if the building itself was getting tired. Cat Row was ahead. The feeding chutes were all open now. They hung like tongues along the concrete wall. Marta stopped at the corner of the service lane. She raised one fist. Evan bent forward, hands on knees. I listened. From inside Cat Row came a wet scraping sound, then a clank, then silence. Marta whispered, "Cart S by the third run." "Cage 9, I asked. "Other side, tell me now." She looked at me, and for a second I thought she would still refuse. Then something in her face gave way. "Cage 9 was never empty," she said. Evan stared at her. "What? Not officially. Not on the current inventory. Years ago, they kept a cougar there after a roadside zoo seizure. Old male, bad teeth, half blind. He was supposed to transfer to a sanctuary. The owners delayed paperwork, funding fell apart, and then the animal died." "Okay," I said. "So why feed it?" Marta swallowed. "Because after he died, someone kept using his enclosure." Evan's voice thinned. "Someone. I found evidence last winter, blankets, batteries, food wrappers, trail cam straps. I reported it to Harold. He said it was trespassers. Then he said it was activists trying to make us look negligent. Then he told me not to put it in writing." The scraping came again. Closer. Marta said, "I thought they were gone." A voice drifted from Cat Row. "Not gone, Marta." The stranger stepped out from behind the third run. He had taken the painter's mask off. Without it, he looked less like a monster and more like someone you might avoid at a gas station. Thin beard, chapped lips, scarred cheek, eyes too focused. In his left hand was the pry bar. In his right was a radio, ours. He smiled at Evan. "Generator boy." Evan lifted the wrench. The stranger laughed softly. "You'll miss again." Marta moved half a step forward. "What do you want?" "What do I want?" He looked around at the peeling signs, the rusting mesh, the empty cages being kept pretty enough for inspectors. "I want you to stop pretending this place is closed. It is closed. Number closed means finished. This place is hungry." His words could have sounded insane. Maybe they were. The things around him were real. The cut chain, the traps, the forged delivery, the hidden camera, Curtis's blood, the truck burning somewhere behind the trees. "You ordered the meat," Marta said. He tilted his head. "You signed for it." "I didn't." "But they'll say you did." There it was, practical, mean, human. A plan built out of paperwork and rot. Evan whispered, "Who are you?" The man's smile flattened. "I lived here before you were allowed to notice." He stepped back and kicked something with his heel. The maintenance cart rolled out from behind the run. On it were the bolt cutters. Also a chain. Also C9's door standing open behind him, not wide. Enough. Inside was darkness, old straw, and a smell like an animal den after rain. But there was no cougar, no impossible thing. Just blankets, plastic jugs, a camp stove, a crate of canned food, and a wall covered with taped photographs. Trail cam prints, staff schedules, the south gate, Marta smoking by the commissary, Evan at the generator shed, me from that morning holding a coffee. My face had already been printed. The stranger saw me looking. "New hires always think they're temporary," he said. That helps, Marta said. Daniel, run. The man swung the pry bar at Evan first. Evan got the wrench up, but the hit knocked it into his face. He dropped with a shout, blood pouring from his nose. Marta lunged for the cart. I went for the bolt cutters. The man was fast, because desperate people are fast. He grabbed Marta by the vest and drove her into the mesh. Her head hit. She sagged but stayed upright, clawing at his wrist. I got one hand on the bolt cutters. He turned, and the pry bar caught me across the ribs. White pain burst under my arm. I fell against the cart. The keys at my belt dug into my hip. For a second, I couldn't pull air in. Every breath stopped halfway, broken on something sharp inside me. Evan crawled toward the wrench, one hand over his nose. The man raised the pry bar again. Marta grabbed the feeding chute beside her and yanked it open. Daniel, I didn't understand. She kicked the red meat bucket under the chute, not at him. Into the chute, the bucket tipped, and meat slid through the metal passage into cage 9 with a wet slap. The man looked at it by reflex. That was all Marta needed. She slammed the chute shut on his forearm. He screamed. The pry bar fell. I got the bolt cutters. Evan got the wrench. Marta held the chute handle down with both hands, teeth bared, blood running over one eye. The man thrashed, trapped at the elbow, trying to pull free. He was strong enough that the old chute bolts began to squeal in the concrete. Go, Marta shouted. I didn't go. I took the padlock from my belt. The south gate padlock. My fingers shook so badly I dropped it once. Picked it up, slid the shackle through the chute latch and the keeper loop. It almost didn't fit. Then it did. I snapped it shut. The sound was tiny, final. The man stopped screaming and looked at me. You don't want to lock me in, he said. I almost laughed. There was no humor in it. No, I said. I really don't. Marta grabbed my sleeve. Now, Evan had the bolt cutters. His nose was crooked and swelling already, blood down his shirt. We ran from Cat Row with the stranger's curses chasing us, then his begging, then the crash of him throwing his body against the chute from inside the open cage corridor. At the plaza, Ray had Curtis half through the ticket booth door. Curtis was conscious, but barely, his injured arm wrapped in what looked like a zoo sweatshirt and a strip of old gift shop banner. The office, Marta gasped. Ray shook his head. He came through. We hit him with the drawer. He ran after you. We know, Evan said thickly. The fire at the south gate had grown. Smoke drifted over the trees, blacker now. But it was behind us. The front gate was ahead. The chain looped through the bars at chest height, thick but old. Evan set the bolt cutters on it and pulled. Nothing. Again, Marta said. He pulled again and cried out. His face had gone gray from pain. I took one handle. Marta took the other. My ribs screamed. Her head bled. Evan braced the cutter jaws with shaking hands. On 3, Marta said. We didn't count properly. We just pulled. The chain popped. Not all the way. One link bent open enough to slip. Ray yanked it free and shoved the gate. It didn't move. The release, Evan said. Ticket booth wheel. I thought you opened it, I said. I tried before we knew the chain. Marta was already running back. I followed because she was swaying, and because if she fell now, none of this mattered. Inside the ticket booth, the office behind the hatch was empty. The stool lay broken. Papers were scattered everywhere. The stranger had left muddy footprints on the carpet. Marta grabbed the manual release wheel and turned. It stuck. Of course. I put my hands beside hers. The wheel moved an inch, then another. Outside, Ray shouted, "It's opening." Through the ticket window, I saw the front gate arm roll back just enough for a person to squeeze through. Curtis went first, dragged by Ray. Evan followed, limping now. A crash came from the main path. Marta and I looked through the booth door. The stranger had freed himself. He was at the edge of the plaza, one arm hanging wrong, the other holding the pry bar. Padlock and broken chute latch dragged from a length of chain tangled around his wrist. He looked less controlled now, less like a planner, more like a man whose plan had become pain. Marta whispered, "Go." We ran for the gate. Halfway across the plaza, my ribs seized and I stumbled. The flashlight skittered away. The stranger was behind us, boots slapping wet leaves. Close, too close. Marta turned and threw the trail cam at him. It hit his face with a hard plastic crack. He flinched. Not enough. Then Earl the emu came out of nowhere. Not heroic, not summoned, just panicked and furious, loose from whatever failing latch or open service gate the morning had given him. He shot across the plaza like a feathered lawn mower, wings out, feet hammering, and collided with the stranger's legs. The man fell badly. His head hit the base of the map board. The sound was dull. Earl kept running, vanished past the gift shop, and left only the stink of feathers and mud behind. For 1 second, no one moved. The stranger groaned. Alive. Marta grabbed my arm. "Leave him." We squeezed through the front gate. Ray slammed it behind us and wrapped the broken chain through twice, useless but satisfying. Evan had already pulled Curtis toward the parking lot. He waved with one bloody hand. Their signal. Marta took his phone because hers was gone or dead or forgotten. She dialed 911 with fingers that left blood on the screen. Her voice changed when dispatch answered. It became clipped, professional, human by force. "This is Pine Hollow Wildlife Park outside Jamestown. We need police, fire, and EMS. One injured civilian with blood loss, one assault suspect contained inside the front plaza. Active fire near the south service gate, possible sabotage of power and phone lines." She listened. "Yes, we're outside the main gate." "No, the public is not inside." "Yes, animals on site." Her eyes met mine. I leaned against the fence because standing upright had become a negotiation. Inside the gate, the stranger crawled toward the bars, dragging his injured arm. His face was bloody where the trail cam had split his cheek. He looked at Marta first, then at me. "You'll keep feeding them," he said. Sirens were not close yet. Not even a hint. Just whined through the parking lot, Curtis crying softly on the pavement, Evan spitting blood into the weeds, Ray saying Jesus over and over like he had only just learned the word, and the old zoo behind its bars, powered by nothing, smoking at one end, unlocked in places we hadn't checked. Marta lowered the phone. The conflict was over in the only way it could be for that moment. We were out. He was in. But my keys were still on my belt. And for the first time all morning, I understood that leaving a cage closed was not the same thing as being safe. By the time the first sheriff's cruiser came up the county road, Curtis had stopped trying to be tough. He sat on the parking lot pavement with his back against the front wheel of my truck, his injured arm held above his heart because Evan kept reminding him over and over, like saying it could keep the blood inside. Ray had taken off his delivery jacket and folded it under Curtis's elbow. He kept snapping at him to stay awake, but his voice had lost all its bite. It sounded thin now, worn down. "Look at me," Ray said. "Kurt, hey, look at me." Curtis blinked slowly. No, you're looking through me. Look at me. You're ugly." Ray let out one broken laugh, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The cruiser rolled in without sirens, tires crunching over old gravel. Behind it came an ambulance, then another cruiser, then a fire engine too large for the narrow lot, its driver easing around potholes and saplings like he was trying not to wake something. The sight of them should have made me feel safe. It helped, but only in a practical way, like finding a handrail in the dark. The stairs were still there. You still had to climb down. A deputy got out first, one hand near his holster, eyes on the zoo gate. Deputy Lauren Bellamy, 39, female from Lakewood, New York, had a square face, dark hair twisted into a tight knot, and the kind of calm that comes from having already decided panic is never useful. She took in all of us in one sweep. Marta's bloody eyebrow, Evan's swollen nose, Curtis gray and shaking, Ray with blood on his sleeves, me folded around my ribs like I was trying to hold myself together by pressure alone. "Who called?" she asked. Marta raised one hand. Bellamy looked at the phone in Marta's other hand. "You the keeper, senior keeper, Marta Klein. We have one suspect inside the gate, possibly injured. Male, adult, armed with a pry bar last seen in the entrance plaza. One civilian with a laceration, significant blood loss. Active fire near the south service gate. Power and phone lines disabled." Bellamy didn't waste time asking whether Marta was sure. She turned to the second deputy. "Front gate. Eyes only until backup. Fire stages here until we know where he is. EMS to the patient." Then she looked at us again. "Anyone else inside?" Marta hesitated. That pause followed me for days. "Animals," she said. "No public. No staff that I know of." Bellamy heard the same thing I did, that I know of. The EMTs moved in on Curtis. He tried to joke with them and nearly passed out halfway through. Ray got pushed back and immediately stepped forward again, until one of the EMTs told him, firm but not unkind, to give them room. Evan sat on the curb without being asked. Blood had dried from his nose to his chin, dark and cracking when he spoke. A firefighter checked his pupils with a penlight. Evan kept trying to tell him about the generator. "It's not just out," he said, nasally and stubborn. "Somebody killed the transfer. The reptile house is losing heat." The firefighter said, "We'll get to it. They could die. Sir, you might have a broken nose." "I know what my nose feels like. I don't know what the room temp is." That was Evan, terrified, hurt, and still worrying about the equipment. Marta leaned against the fence. She didn't sit down. I think if she sat, she knew she wouldn't get back up. Blood had dried along the side of her face and into the collar of her vest. The old zoo logo was stained red through the pine tree and paw print. Bellamy came back to her with a notebook. Where exactly is the suspect? Last seen inside the front plaza, near the map board. He may have moved, one arm injured. He had keys or tools, but Daniel has the primary ring. Bellamy looked at me. I unclipped the keys with fingers that had started to shake only after it was over. Funny how that works. During the worst of it, my hands had mostly obeyed me. Now, under gray daylight and the attention of people with badges, I could barely work the clip. Bellamy took the ring carefully. You injured, ribs, maybe cracked. Ambulance will check you. I'm okay, Marta said. He's not. I looked at her. She didn't look sorry. The deputies went in through the front gate once fire had bolt cutters on the remaining chain, and a second unit arrived. They moved slowly, 2 at the gate, 2 along the fence line, 1 calling commands into the entrance plaza. The stranger didn't answer. For 10 minutes, we listened to radios and boots, and the small, ordinary noises of emergency work. Velcro ripping, bags unzipping, someone asking for saline, the fire engine pump coughing to life, crows complaining from the trees as if all this human activity had inconvenienced them. Then a deputy shouted from inside. Got him. Every conversation in the parking lot stopped. Bellamy turned, but didn't run. That impressed me. She walked fast to the gate, listened to her radio, then spoke into it. Is he breathing? A pause. Secure him. EMS second unit in when clear. Marta closed her eyes. The suspect was alive. Barely, from what I heard later. He had crawled behind the gift shop and collapsed between the wall and an old ice freezer. One arm broken at the elbow, head split from where he'd hit the map board. Dehydrated enough that one EMT muttered he had probably been living rough for a long time. They carried him out strapped to a backboard, face turned toward the sky, one eye swollen shut. Without the pry bar and the mask and the control he'd had in the dark, he looked smaller. Not harmless. Never harmless, just human-sized. As they wheeled him past us, his good eye found Marta. He smiled a little, though it hurt him to do it. You'll see, he rasped. Bellamy stepped between them. Keep moving. Nobody asked him what he meant right then. He was loaded into the second ambulance with a deputy riding along, and the doors shut on him with a clean mechanical thump. Curtis went next. Ray climbed into the ambulance after him and argued with the EMT for exactly 5 seconds before folding into the jump seat, suddenly obedient. Before the doors closed, Curtis lifted his good hand at us. His face was waxy, but he was awake. First day, he called to me weakly. I nodded. Quit. The EMT shut the door. Evan snorted, then winced and held his nose. Firefighters found the south gate fire before it reached the hay shed. It had started in the split meat boxes, or around them, or under the tarp. They wouldn't say for sure that day. The flames scorched the rear of the delivery truck, melted one taillight, and filled the service lane with smoke that clung low under the trees. The truck itself did not explode, because trucks mostly don't. It just burned ugly for a while, plastic and packaging and spoiled meat smoking into the cold morning, until the firefighters drowned it into a black slurry. The reptile house survived because Evan would not shut up. After a paramedic taped gauze under his nose and told him not to touch it, he cornered a firefighter and explained the generator system with the urgency of a man describing a bomb. They got temporary power to the heat lamps by running lines from the engine. Later, a wildlife officer came and documented every enclosure temperature, every animal, every missing lock, every broken chain. I sat on the curb while a paramedic pressed along my ribs. Breathe in, I did. Pain caught hard under my right arm, again. I don't want to, I noticed. Her name was Nina Alvarez, 27, female, from Dunkirk, New York. She had kind eyes and absolutely no patience for lies about pain. She told me nothing seemed punctured, but I needed an X-ray. Possible cracked ribs. No lifting. No hero work. I'm not really a hero work guy, I said. She glanced toward the zoo gate, then back at me. Today disagrees. That made me uncomfortable enough that I stopped talking. By noon, the old zoo no longer looked abandoned or sleepy. It looked exposed. State police arrived, animal control, a county investigator, a Department of Environmental Conservation officer with mud on his boots, and a face that got tighter every time Marta answered one of his questions. The owner's lawyer called twice. Marta ignored the first call and handed her phone to Bellamy on the second. Harold Voss was not in Florida. That came out around 2. He had told Marta he was leaving for his daughter's wedding. He had told Evan he would be unreachable. He had told the owners he was handling an emergency maintenance review on site. According to Bellamy, his car was later found behind a closed motel in Erie, Pennsylvania, and he was picked up that evening at a bus station with $6,000 in cash and a burner phone in his jacket. I wasn't there for that. I only heard pieces later. Marta heard it from Bellamy while sitting on the rear bumper of the fire engine with a butterfly bandage over her eyebrow. She didn't react much, just looked toward Cat Row and said, "Of course." The stranger's name was Paul Sutter. Paul Sutter, 47, male, originally from Scranton, Pennsylvania, had worked at Pine Hollow Wildlife Park years before, back when it was still limping along as a public zoo. Seasonal maintenance, part-time animal care, fired after a dispute involving stolen supplies and sleeping in staff-only buildings. That was the official version. The unofficial one, according to Marta, was that he had never really left. He knew the old locks because he had installed some of them. He knew the dead cameras because he had watched them die. He knew the feeding schedule because someone had kept printing it. That someone appeared to be Harold. Not because Harold wanted people hurt, Bellamy said carefully, but because Harold had tolerated small illegal things until they became large illegal things. He had hidden trespassing, missing inventory, and unauthorized feed orders because reporting them would expose years of neglect, forged compliance records, and misuse of preservation funds. When Marta found evidence in Cage 9, Harold buried it. When Paul started demanding supplies and access, Harold gave ground. When the owners started pushing for an inspection tied to future grants, the whole rotten structure began to shake. So Paul made a mess big enough to blame on Marta. A forged delivery, spoiled meat, disabled systems, a staged crisis that would make her look negligent, unstable, maybe criminal. If Curtis hadn't been cut, if the truck hadn't burned, if we had simply found the feed and the open cages and Marta's signature, maybe it would have worked in the first confusing hours. That was the worst part. Not the pry bar, not the voice outside the door. The paperwork. How close horror can come to looking like an administrative problem. I gave my statement 3 times. Once to Deputy Bellamy, once to a state investigator, once at the hospital after they confirmed 2 cracked ribs and gave me instructions printed on pink paper. I told them about the bucket moving, the forged signature, the power outage, the back room, the trail camera, cage 9, the feeding chute. I told them about Paul saying my name through the storage room door. The investigator asked, "How do you think he knew your name?" "The schedule, maybe." "Your application?" "Maybe. Did anyone photograph you when you arrived?" I thought of the trail cam prints taped inside cage 9. My face already there. "Yes," I said, "I think so." He wrote that down. For 3 nights after, I slept with the lights on in my rented room above the laundromat. Not because I thought Paul Sutter would climb the stairs. He was in custody, then in guarded hospital care, then in jail. I slept with the lights on because every time the radiator knocked, I heard feeding chutes slamming down Cat Row. Every time the washing machines below hit spin cycle, the floor trembled like the generator starting under my feet. I quit the zoo job by voicemail because I couldn't make myself drive there. Marta didn't blame me. She called 2 days later from a number I didn't recognize and said, "Your last check will be mailed." That all, a pause. No, Curtis kept his hand. Sat down on the edge of my bed. Good, 32 stitches. Tendon missed by less than an inch. He'll be okay physically. And Evan, broken nose, bruised pride. He's enjoying being right about the generator. Despite everything, I smiled. "What about you?" I asked. "I'm suspended pending investigation." "That's ridiculous. It's procedure. Procedure almost got us killed. Bad procedure did. Good procedure is why the animals got counted and Curtis got an ambulance." That was Marta too. Hurt, angry, and still unwilling to throw away the idea that systems could work if people didn't rot them from the inside. She told me the animals were being transferred. The bears to a sanctuary in Vermont. The fox to a wildlife rehab facility near Syracuse. Earl, after biting a trooper and kicking a firefighter in the thigh, was going to a private farm with better fences and less paperwork. The reptiles were already gone. And Cat Row, I asked. Sealed, cage 9. Processed. Photographed, emptied. She said the last word like she knew it couldn't possibly be that simple. A week later, I had to go back for my toolbox. I didn't want to, but it was a good toolbox, and I didn't have money to replace it. The zoo had police tape at the entrance, though most of it had sagged in the rain. A temporary chain held the front gate shut. The fiberglass giraffe still stood beside the ticket booth, one ear missing, yellow paint streaked with grime. The parking lot was empty, except for Marta's Subaru and an animal control van. Marta met me at the gate. She had a healing cut above her eyebrow and a purple bruise fading down one cheek. She looked smaller in daylight without the emergency around her, but not weaker. "You didn't have to come," she said. "My socket set did." She nodded like that made more sense than any emotional explanation. We walked together through the main plaza. The zoo was quiet in a different way now. Not waiting, clearing out. The gift shop windows had been uncovered for the investigation, showing shelves of dusty plush animals and sun-faded postcards. The concession stand was taped shut. Someone had swept the raccoon's chip bag into a pile of leaves. Near Cat Row, the air still smelled faintly of smoke. I tried not to look at cage 9. Failed. The door was secured with a new chain and a county evidence tag. The feeding chute had been removed entirely, leaving a rectangular scar in the concrete wall. Fresh scrape marks showed where the hardware had been cut out. Inside, I could see only darkness and a strip of bare floor. No blankets, no jugs, no photos, empty. Marta stopped beside me. They found more trail cams, she said. How many? 6. Where? Cat Row, Aviary B Bear Ridge Service Path. 1 inside the commissary vent. I thought of my first morning, coffee in hand, hose running over my boot, the bucket shifting. Did they find the video? Some, not all. What does that mean? It means some cards were missing. The wind moved through the mesh, dry leaves ticking along the concrete. I waited for her to say more. She didn't. We got my toolbox from the maintenance shed. I checked the latch before stepping inside and hated myself a little for it, then decided maybe hating myself was a waste of energy. Marta noticed. She stepped in first and held the door open without making a comment. That was kindness, the quiet kind. On the way back, we passed the commissary. The big refrigerator was open and empty, unplugged from the wall. Feed charts had been taken down, leaving tape ghosts on the painted surface. One piece of paper remained pinned near the door. Not a chart, a notice from the county. Facility closed pending investigation. Below it, someone had taped a smaller handwritten note. Animals transferred. No FEDING authorized. I stared at those words longer than I needed to. Good, I said. Marta followed my gaze. Yeah. But her voice had that same careful flatness from the first morning. What? I asked. She reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a clear evidence bag. Inside was a red plastic key tag cracked around the ring. C9. I found this yesterday, she said. I frowned. They already collected the C9 key. They did. Then what is that? Another one. The lot seemed to recede around me. The closed booths, the bare trees, the path curving out of sight behind the reptile house. Where? She looked toward the old aviary. Inside the empty feed bucket for Aviary B. For a while, neither of us spoke. There were explanations. Copies of keys exist. Old employees keep things. Paul had stashes. Harold had duplicates. Investigators miss objects in cluttered places. None of it required ghosts or monsters or anything that couldn't be entered into evidence with a case number and a plastic bag. That was almost worse. Marta put the bag back in her pocket. I'm turning it in today, she said. You should. I know. Are you going to be okay? She looked through the fence at the old zoo, at the paths too wide for no visitors, at the empty cages that had finally stopped needing feed. I don't think okay is the next step, she said. I think accurate is. I carried my toolbox to the gate. My ribs ached with every breath, sharp but clean. Pain with a name. Pain that would heal if I respected it. Before I left, I looked back once. The fire fiberglass giraffe stood crooked near the ticket booth. Behind it, the main path bent toward Cat Row, and beyond that, the old aviary netting shifted in the wind. Nothing moved where it shouldn't. No doors breathed in their frames. No feeding chutes slammed. No voice called my name. Still, as I got into my truck, I heard a sound from somewhere deep inside the closed zoo. A metal scrape. Small, undeniable, like a bucket moving an inch across concrete. I drove away before I could convince myself to check. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.